Oh guys, thank you for being very patient with me. I am just setting up some stuff. Normally I don't do this like set up very last minute, but I have this time. I guess I just got a bit caught off guard with hurrying up and starting. Oh, there I am. Hi guys. I am Dirk the Red Panda, and this, well, technically not this screen, but what I will be playing is Far Beyond the World. So you guys are wondering, why is there this random.org window? Why is Dirk putting that up there right now? And first of all, I need to only have one window on my screen in Streamlabs. There we go, much better. Now I can see what the heck I'm doing. Alright, so the window that is in front of Far Beyond the World, which you can kind of see in the bottom just a smidge. I did not perfectly size the window. Who cares? But what happened was on Twitter, on my regular Dirk the Red Panda account, the one that I typically announce my videos and stuff on, I finally hit 500 followers there. And so as a prize to you guys, or a kind of a thank you to you guys, I thought, hey, I'll let you guys choose which visual novel I should play next. I probably should have specified and said, I'm not sure if I'll like continue it on as like a full-on series, like depending on whether or not I like it or if there's enough time. But yeah, I'll at least start. And like, yeah, at least do the first episode on it just to give like kind of my thoughts on the VN, I guess, that I would be playing next. So yeah, 4 people ended up submitting. I just need to double check to see. Yeah. There's the Excel sheet. I should have probably kept this on Google Sheets to show who's who, but, you know, better safe than sorry in case people don't want their names or their Twitter handles revealed. But, yeah, 4 people suggested VNs, and I'll list the order in which they suggested them. I'm just gonna double check. In a new window, that is not what I meant to do. In a new window, just to see that nobody posted anything last minute, because I've been checking over the past week and only 4 people have posted memes or comments on the 500 follower raffle thing, the post itself. I told people to post a meme that kind of would suit me, and I was like, okay, this is, yeah. I'll like the comment if you mention a VN with it. So just double checking. Sorry for being so all over the place right now. I should probably just change the description to say raffle results around like 8 minutes or 7 minutes. There we go. 7 minutes. Okay, so in about a minute, I'll actually do the results. So for the people who are just coming to this video to see the raffle results, they don't have to hear me jabble on for like, what, 7 minutes beforehand? Okay. Just going through all my crazy old posts and stuff, my retweets and all, just to find the dang one. Okay, here's the thread. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So there's only 4, and I'm just checking that the last person was... Yep. Okay. Only 4 people commented on it. Just wanted to make sure I didn't, like, leave anybody out. I'd feel terrible if somebody was like, wait, what about me? But yes. The 4 VNs that I may play, or well, I will play one of them at least for one episode. Ah, there's me on my own YouTube screen. The 4 VNs that they suggested are Santa Lucia, Extracurricular Activities, Minotaur Hotel, and Cilio, Tales of a New Dawn. Or Takes of a New Dawn? Did I misspell that? It might be Tales of a New Dawn. Chat, help me. What, am I wrong or not? Ah, I keep opening the chat window. It might be Tales, but I put Takes of a New Dawn for some reason because my brain couldn't spell at that time. I swear it's Tales, but yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, so on to the random generator. There are 4 numbers, and so I'm allowing all 4 numbers to be generated just in case the first person doesn't respond or something happens, like, you know, they don't claim the prize or whatever. Like, I just want to double check with them so they don't go AFK, I guess, on it. So, yeah. I'll give them, like, at least maybe 2-3 days to claim the prize, probably play the game at the end of the weekend, because I got other updates to go through this weekend, so... This is my verbal decree that you have 2 days to tell me that you want me to play the VN to confirm your winning spot if you win. Here we go. Let's get the numbers. All right. The winner is number 3, Minotaur Hotel, which comes from Ursinus. So I guess I'll be doing what Lied does and doing Minotaur Hotel, because I know that's one of his big, like, series he does on his channel. I've always wanted to play Minotaur Hotel. That's kind of fun. Next one, if Minotaur Hotel does not get claimed within the next 2 days, so by, like, Sunday, I would say, would be Cilio, Tales of a New Dawn. And then after that would be extracurricular activities in 3rd, and Santa Lucia in 4th, unfortunately. Last but not least, I guess, in a sense. So, this will... I'm just going to filter quickly, just so I know what the draw results are. Okay. Okay. So, I guess after this video, maybe, I'll ask, Ursinus. Oh, shoot. I just meant to copy it. Oh, that's not what I meant, Google. Or, you're not Google, you're Excel. That's not what I meant. Whatever. This is... Excel be stupid at times. Anyway. We will be quickly DMing the winner. And as we do that, sit back, relax, get ready for this stream, which will start in a couple of minutes officially. The reading will start in a couple of minutes. So, I'm going to be... There we go. This person is going to be DM'd. I'm not going to reveal their Twitter handle in case they don't want me to. I'll make it 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Give them an extra benefit of the doubt hour. If you confirm before Sunday 5 p.m. I'll rephrase it. I don't want it to be like, oh, if you confirm, like, forcing them, I guess. and send. Okay. Apologies for that long-windedness. Normally I don't do this huge of a, like, beginning to a video. We'll be rankings to help seed the candidates to see who makes it and how they're going to be ranked in the bracket. So the links to vote on those are in the description of this video, so if you want to add to that and cause even more chaos in the voting system, go ahead and do that. You can always do it while I'm playing. So I've been doing well, but yeah, let me just hide the internet window so I can show Far Beyond the World. This is the game I'm playing, which I should be starting in 3 seconds, which I'll probably not do yet. Okay, 13-minute mark is hit, and for people who just clicked on the 13-minute mark, we'll be starting in a few seconds as I navigate my windows. So many windows. Okay, quitting out of that. Alright, so last time we left off in the middle of the night. On January, wow. God, man, it's been that long. God, it feels like it's been ages since I played Far Beyond the World. But nonetheless, we start here. Here we go. This is a never-ending nightmare. I'm stirred from my blissful nothingness, forced back into the waking world. A world which I tried to escape so desperately over the course of this night. I could still feel his lips linger on mine. I want to sleep, to stay here, unconscious and unaware. But above all, I don't want to feel the confusion and hurt left by that kiss. Yet, something persists, reaching out to me through the wall. I hear a faint call. It almost sounds like a hummed song woven together from my many voices. Wake up. I want to ignore it, but its melody promises me comfort. I have been craving all those torturous hours, and I finally give in. I open my eyes, looking drowsily around. It's still dead of the night, yet the bedroom is bathed in the white glow. I could almost mistake it for a day, had it not been for the ambient blue tint and the well-drawn night tint in this drawing. No, I kid. Anyway, there's an odd tightness in my chest, which forces me fully awake. The air is humid, God, almost choking. It's hard to breathe, and my gasps rattle me further. I have to step outside, even if just for a moment. I simply need to catch some fresh air before another panic attack sets in. God, I hop off the bed and approach the door slowly, mulling carefully over my decision to leave while I do so. I don't want to wake up the wolf, but I also cannot stay inside. My skin feels on fire, as if the air itself burned me. I grab onto the handle, trying to turn it without making much noise. The bolt clangs softly, and I unlock the doors. I can't speak. I try to open them as quietly as possible, but the hinges screech in prolonged agony. There is no other way around it. So, I pull the doors ajar as fast as I can. Once I peek into the main room, I could see Ranok sleeping on the floor next to the now cold hearth. I feel bad for occupying his bed, but it was his choice to sleep here. Normally, I would rather trade places with my host, but I'm still not over how we left things off. God, although I can understand his inner conflict, it wasn't fair to him, or it wasn't fair of him, to just leave me like that. I see him move, and for a moment I think the wailing hinges have woken the male. But he only assumes a more comfortable position on the pile of blankets. When I realize he's still asleep, I sigh in relief and begin moving towards the outer doors. However, as I pass next to him, the floor creaks and I stop dead in my tracks. Oh shit, as I take a sip of my product placement. Just kidding, it isn't product placement, I'm just thirsty. I throw a cautious gaze to the wolf, only to notice his troubled expression. He strains his eyes shut, body slightly twitching, while his tail gives frustrated flickers. Although he's quiet, his labored breath leaves no doubt that he's having a bad dream. Serves him right. For a split second, I throw my head towards the doors, thinking it's a fair punishment for what he'd done. But then I realize, I'm not that petty. Me, whenever I do anything online, I'm not that petty. I kid. This isn't me. Although some parts of my mind already succumb to anger, I managed to wrestle back control. I look to him with pity, quietly kneeling next to his form. I place my hand onto his forehead, gently petting him. I know he didn't mean to hurt me. I've learned by now that this wolf is himself aching in his... I've learned by now that the wolf is himself aching, and every of his actions is meant to spare me as much pain as possible. God, I'm not going to add to our troubles through some petty resentment. As I ruffle his fur, his breath slows down, and his expression softens. Whatever tormented him banished by my touch. Once he's settled into a more comfortable dream, I cannot help but smile. Let at least one of us have a peaceful night. I take a deep breath and stand up, continuing towards the exit. I open the door slightly, peeking through the crack to see if anyone's outside. There's no one around. I cannot even see the sentries where Ranok said they usually camp. After such a party, I bet everyone is simply fast asleep. Probably quite hungover, to be honest. Or perhaps the location of the guards rotates on a night-to-night basis. Whatever the reason, it's quite fortuitous. Relieved, I step outside. The night is warm, with spring winds bringing more of the much welcome southern air. I walk slowly towards the chair, content on simply staying out of the porch. I sit myself comfortably, almost like a lord on the throne overseeing his serene domain. Despite the cold wood tickling my naked skin, I don't complain. It's a nice sensation compared to the scalding heat which interrupted my peaceful sleep. A stray Why do I keep misreading words? Oh my goodness, Dirk. A stray bead of sweat trails my face. A remainder of that odd feeling. I wipe it off, admiring the scenery. I can't get over how bright everything is, with the waning moon glowing in its full glory. I don't know why, but I feel like taking a short walk, invited by the white light. With a scoff, I get up and approach the steps, jumping over the uneven stone. Fool me once, I mutter in amusement, stepping onto the path and trying to decide where to go. Fool me once, steps onto like a leaf trap and just falls through something. Ah! I've been trapped. Sorry, my mind just really wandered at that moment. The village doesn't seem a good idea. Even if I gained some good faith, snooping between the houses in the dead of night would quickly undo all of that. You know, like a suspicious person. Which only leaves the woods. You know, like a suspicious person. Normally, I wouldn't even entertain such an idea. Yet, an uncharacteristic sense of courage fills me tonight, aided by the luminescent glow showering everything around me. Besides, Ranok seemed adamant that the area around the village is quite safe. At first, I step off the path cautiously. However, the deeper I get into the woods, the more at ease I feel. For some reason, the forest seems almost welcoming, as if it awaited my arrival. I cannot help but admire how dense and lush it is. Surely I've seen woods in my life, but they never seemed this natural, almost undisturbed by the hand of men. But I'm quickly reminded that this is no ordinary forest. I touch the trees as I pass them, noticing some having their names already claimed. Better not touch those. Don't want to mess anything up. It's an odd feeling, knowing that each of them represents a person. Dreg, Talon, Cora. Each wolf living their life alongside a name tree. It's almost surreal to think about, and my imagination runs wild. I try to picture a ceremony where a wolf claims this tree. How does that even work? I'd like to think that the entire village is present, as they observe the youth inscribe their name into the bark under the careful eye of the shaman. Well, they probably don't do it until they're like adults, like Ranok did recently with like his coming of age thing or whatever. So they probably don't do it when they're that young. Sorry, I'm just like I'm kind of like evaluating this in my head. Like, wait, I'm letting my imagination run wild. But yeah, imagining after like their coming of adulthood thing, they're like, okay, let's put the name in the tree. It's also kind of like, the second thing that I thought of was like, it also kind of seems very like, not ominous, but kind of dark in a sense. Like, that's kind of their equivalent of a tombstone. Like, that's their tree, and that's kind of their name. That's what they leave as like their legacy once they pass. Wow, that was pretty deep. Anyway, did I read that line? Yeah. Careful eye of the shaman. That must feel quite something. A milestone for sure. I trail Cora's name with my finger. The etching, although simple, has an undeniable feminine touch to it. Her tree is a young, slender birch, and unlike other carvings, this one is still bleeding. I'm still bleeding. This one is still bleeding sap. I rub it between my fingers. I guess her name has been claimed quite recently. Hey, is there any Cora in this village? Just like running throughout the village like, which one of you is named Cora? I decide to continue my walk, slowly meandering between different trees and shrubs when I suddenly come to a stop. Is that a piano I hear? with my one earbud in, the other out so I can hear my own voice. My eyes opened wide at an unexpected, yet in retrospect, an inevitable sight. I cover my lips, overwhelmed by a surprising torrent of sadness washing over me. A tree in front of me, huge and sprawling, has its name crossed out. Beneath a moonstone tied around the trunk signifies that a wolf's journey has come to an end, and he has been laid to rest here. I must have stood here for decades, if not centuries, looking down upon those who would pass by. And now, it looks down upon me. I approach slowly, surprised by my own reverence, stopping mere inches before an ancient, rusty sword half grown into the trunk. I can only assume it means that I'm face to face with a once mighty warrior. I struggle to decipher the crossed out etchings. Rin, I mutter with slight doubt. However, speaking the name aloud almost feels as if I'm breathing life back into the fallen wolf. I look up as a sudden gust of wind rustles the leaves above me, and a slight chill creeps down my back. I gaze around in panic, feeling as if I'm no longer alone. But the woods are empty, with only the dead keeping vigil over them. I shake my head at how easily I get spooked. Same here. Rest well, my friend. I'm sure you've earned it. I exhale, patting the mighty trunk as I walk off. The deeper I venture, the more trees I see with moonstones glistening in the light. Waning, waxing, quarter moons. Entire generations of wolves resting peacefully over the watchful gaze of their goddess. Although I feel out of place, the welcoming sensation persists, bidding me to follow. I feel ashamed, remorseful even about the comments I've made about those trees. Seeing them now, an entire forest standing as testament to the tribe's history and lineage, I understand the significance. It's a living cemetery. Called it. I can only imagine how upset I would be if someone desecrated a resting place of my dearly departed. I wish I could take it all back. But the moonlight doesn't waver, almost as if absolving me of my foolish transgressions. I simply take a deep breath and decide to clear my mind. I've been doing a lot of overthinking lately, and how did that turn out? I follow my 2 feet, allowing them to take me where they will as I just enjoy the night. I'm not sure how long I've been walking through these woods. I don't even know what direction I took, feeling I might have unwittingly turned around a few times. I begin to worry that I'm lost. I'm not really keen on the prospect of Ranok having to search for me. Oh, this could easily be misinterpreted as an attention-seeking stunt. The last thing I need is the wolf thinking I'm hysterical, which I bet he's quite close of doing on the count of my near-constant freakouts. God, I need to get a grip. I exhale, rubbing my temple in annoyance. I push forward, bid by the moonlight piercing through some thick overgrowth. I struggle to part the bushes when I suddenly arrive at a clearing. Sorry, my mind just wandered to the worst case scenario, thinking about another VN where we go into the forest and meet somebody that does not have the best motives. I'm not going to mention it because I'm nervous about mentioning other VNs with this one. Even though I have done it before. Anyway, it's akin to the meadow I spent an afternoon with Ranok. But this is a different place, with tall grass wavering on the wind like a sea of green. The landscape is dotted by white... Never heard of this. I'm assuming it's a flower? Menhirs? Similar to that erected in the center of the village. Oh, wait. White... Oh, menhirs. Oh, God, why did my brain not think about that? I'm assuming those are like kind of the stone thingies. They're not menhirs, they're stone thingies. In the far corner, I can see a structure resembling a henge. A trio of double, tall megaliths, capped with horizontal dolmens. Never mind, I do not know what menhirs are. I'm assuming it might be the thing in the middle. Continuing on, the stones are white and shine in the moonlight like polished marble. I can see a shadow of a person kneeling in the middle of that stone circle. He wants to dive into the forbidden pool. Do not jump into the forbidden hot tub, Kaelin. You might get cursed. I consider retreating, but the moonlight quickly reveals a familiar figure. Oh God, we've been caught! It's Verissa. Oh shit, what up? She's kneeling in front of a shadow pool. Right? Shadow pool, Jesus. She's kneeling in front of a shallow pool, arms stretched out to the sky, her pristine coat almost glittering in the white glow. Mother Moon, I need your guidance. Her voice carries softly on the wind. It's uncharacteristically faint and wavering, completely devoid of her usual composed demeanor. She's clearly distressed. I decide to approach her, moving quietly forward as to not interrupt her prayers. Please, speak to me, she asks again, her words pitiful and desperate. I watch her slumped figure as she stays there silent and expectant, as if truly awaiting a response. Eventually, her muzzle rises upwards, and she gazes at me at the white sphere again. I am sitting here, alone in the darkness. She continues to beg. I can swear she's sobbing. I'm blind without your guidance. My heart begins to sink at her sorrowful state. I don't know what to do. Should I even be here? Clearly, it's an intimate moment between her and her goddess. God, I shouldn't intrude. I proceed to back out slowly, eventually facing the woods once more when another quiet sob reaches me. God, everybody's crying. Like, you're just like, I don't want to be here. Everybody's crying. Anyway. You have been silent ever since that human arrived. She sighs, again shrinking in defeat, and I stop in my tracks. I turn around, feeling bad, called out like that, but I also cannot blame her. I have uprooted her life, even if I did so unintentionally. I caused this. Whatever crisis of faith she's going through. It is my fault. God, I better leave. Have you forsaken me? Did I make a mistake? Her rattled breath makes my throat clench. Please. Speak to me. She pours her heart out in the last plead. But Aluna isn't going to answer, is she? Verissa's sorrowful tone breaks my heart, and I cannot bear it any longer. I cannot leave her in such a state. That would be cruel. I take a deep breath and step forward, wanting to reveal my presence, but the female's ears perked up even before I speak her name. Verissa? Once she hears my voice, she quickly tries to compose herself. Kaelin! She exclaims, while hastily rubbing her eyes, clearly wanting to hide her tears. You shouldn't be out here. You are past the village boundaries. It's fine. I reply, approaching the she-wolf slowly and casually looking around to give her time to adjust herself. Everyone's fast asleep, and I doubt you're going to hurt me. Actually, I need you for a sacrifice! No, I'm kidding. I mumbled, taking in the scenery. The shrine looks absolutely enchanting. Once I hear that she's collected, I take a seat beside her in the grass. I can't avoid looking at a stone pool in front of us. Hey, want this unnamed brand drink, Verissa? Just like passes the drink. Hey, want some soda? Sorry, I just really wanted to take a sip. Continuing on. Is this? Yes. She whispers with a nod. I feel eerie gazing at the birthplace of Vol and Ranok. Goosebumps appear on my skin as I remember how the dark male is stillborn and moving until his moon brother entered the world beside him. Oh god, I'm getting goosebumps right now. Guys, I'm literally getting goosies. I feel like J-Lo right now. Whew. And it all happened right here. If places could tell stories. I sigh, looking at Verissa's troubled expression with worry. Is everything alright? She smiles, almost forcing a chuckle into her words. That's our March man, this girl. Note she's in the best girl category if you guys want to vote for her. But don't worry, she's already gained like a ton of votes. Anyway. I was just communing with Aluna. Did she respond? Verissa looks up, releasing a defeated sigh. She's silent as the moon. For the first time, I can see her without the confident facade. Unlike Ranok, she chooses to be honest with me for once. I decide to return this sentiment. I know you think it's my fault. What? No! The female interrupts almost automatically. God, I've heard you. No point in beating around the bush. She looks at me with worry, then regards the radiant face of her deity. The moon seems much larger than what I think it should be. It's not like that. I don't regret saving your life. I just worry I made a mistake somewhere along the way. What could you have done differently? I don't know. You saved my life, and you did so without hurting anyone in the process. Surely that was not a mistake. And if you both honestly believe that this whole mess was fated... I pause, trying to contain a chuckle. Don't laugh, Kaelin. Don't laugh at religion. That is very mean, Kaelin. Then you're doing the best you can with what little guidance you received. She looks at me, almost taken aback by my words, and scoffs in amusement. Eloquent. Perhaps Ranok is right, and you are a lost noble. Oh God. I'm gonna give a little spoiler ahead, not about the events, but with Tano, I'm probably gonna voice him a bit differently from now on because I thought of a new voice. It may be worse, so you might kill me. But anyway. Versa laughs. It just made me think about the eloquence. It just makes me think about how this person that I'm basing the voice off of always tries to be eloquent in a sense. Anyway, that's my hint for you. Versa laughs. But your words do ring true. Mother Moon is fickle. She changes her face every night. Never in the same mood. It's hard to read her sometimes. The female says in a calm voice, almost as if convincing herself as much as me. This world is so alien. Yet I feel somewhat responsible for sowing fear and doubt in the hearts of those amazing creatures. Even though they're wolves, they're as remarkable and enthralling as any human I could imagine. Or even more so. I can't help but feel bad. I'm sorry for all of this. I never wanted to cause... No. She interrupts me again mid-sentence. It's me who's sorry. My ancestors warned me that my path would be hard. I need to remain strong. I believe we're on the right track. She looks back at me with a confident smile, despite wet streaks betraying where tears flowed just a few moments ago. And you proved that at the feast. I don't know about that. I think I might have underestimated Tano, which I have decided to give a new voice. She chuckles. Oh, she has a new chuckle sprite. Ah, I like it. I mean, Versa is one of my favorite best girls. But no bias there. Anyway, Tano is many things, but he's not malicious. At least not for the sake of it. I thought you didn't like him. What, is it because he's white? I'm sorry, I probably should have made that joke. Just saying that because they're both like white furred, I guess. Anyway, I probably shouldn't explain the joke. I don't, but that's because he has a habit of poking his nose into other wolves' business. That's a tough word to say. Other wolves' business. The female rolls her eyes in annoyance. He's a creature driven by curiosity, you see. So, sparking his interest might have been your saving grace. Still, I would keep my distance if I were you. One never really knows where his sniffing will lead him. I fully intend to. It might be easier said than done. Especially now when it's clear that he is quite taken by you. So is everyone, for that matter. For a tribe screaming bloody murder every time an otherkin steps into our borders, that's quite a feat. I'm surprised by her words. I am so glad I'm not dead yet. Indeed, the tribe wolves seemed weary, if not hostile at first, but as time passed, their attitudes towards me improved. What, you mean people of other species could be in the same world as you? It's like, come on, wolves, get this out of your thick skulls. Be accepting. Anyway. I've also noticed Ranok is getting quite attached to you. He thinks I'm his path, that's all. I shrug, not trying to delude myself that there's something there, when there clearly isn't. If you say so. She smiles almost as if she knew more than I do. Then again, she did grow up with Ranok, while I know him but a few days. That sounds very fancy. While I know him but a few days. Might be 4, but I don't know. Sorry, my brain be nitpicky. Just keep in mind that his moonstone is a full moon for a reason. And that means that he's very much like Aluna herself. Fickle? I force a chuckle, to which she only smiles. At first glance, yes. But behind that ever-changing mask is someone constant who will always be there for you. You just have to give him the time. Just like with the moon. Eventually, Aluna always shows up to brighten the sky. Isn't she giving you a silent treatment, though? Oof. Just like Ranok's giving me one. Why are you here? I don't know. Just like, because I said so. She muses with her much more familiar, melodic tone, and I'm almost thrown off by her question. Because Ranok found me. No. She laughs at me. Why are you here now? Makes me think of that Neil Breen movie, I Am Here. ... Now. First it's just like, why are you here? Now. Just like a full ellipses. At least no ellipses that I have to take Smarties for have appeared yet. I woke up. It was a challenging night. I just need some air. I mumble, trying to actually figure out how I ended up here. How did I get here? Well, because my body was on fire, that's why. Would it be safe to assume you were distressed? Oh my gosh, you can read my mind. How did you know? I could still smell it on you. How could she read my mind? She closes her eyes and smiles, twitching her nose in short, discreet sniffs. Now you're showing off. You needed help. It's probably Aluna, I swear to Aluna, it's probably Aluna. That was like, yo, let me make Kaelin feel like his body's on fire so I can make him go into the forest and talk with Farissa. Or well, did I say he by accident? But she, if I did. But yeah, Aluna was just like, yo, let's put the human here. Anyway. And so did I. Turns out, Mother Moon was not being silent at all. She was just being busy. She regards me with her knowing gaze. I asked Aluna for comfort, to bolster my resolve. And here you are. Whoa. And judging by your rapidly relaxing heart rate and scent, you needed someone to talk to. Whoa. Mind blown. You mean she brought me here? I exhale in amusement. It's a comforting thought, at least, if not a bit of a stretch. I look up at the moon and just take in the light. As I look at my lamp, which I pretend is the moon. Even though it's no longer full, the shine it gives envelops nearly everything. Mother Moon is their god. Like, it's the god that they worship, if you haven't seen the previous episodes. Just helping anybody who doesn't know. Yeah, like the god for the wolves. Exactly. All of creation this side of the world is bathed in the white glow. God, the moon is so unbelievably pretty tonight. Yes, she is. The female regards the argent sphere. I'm not sure if it's argent or argent. Never seen that word before. Very pretty word. Dirk is just very easily amused by fancy words. The female regards the argent sphere with amusement, almost as if she only just noticed it. She's smiling at us. For whatever reason, that amusement reassures me. She invites me to sit closer to her, extending her paw behind my back. That's what I meant to do. I scoot over and rest my head on her shoulder as she embraces me. Low-key, if Verussa is a root, I mean, your boy might have to do it. I'm sorry, Ranok and Volgor. There's so many tough choices to make. Do you know the story of your birth? I was there. What do you think? No, I'm kidding. She nods quietly. But it's a story for another time. Okay. Womp womp. It's like, aw, damn it. I wanted a story. I try not to sound disappointed. Some things come to us at just the right times, Kaelin. Even if we think we want more, sometimes it's not what we need. What do you mean? I ask in confusion, as this bit of wisdom came out of nowhere. I don't know why I paused there. I ask in confusion, as this bit of wisdom came out of nowhere. However, somehow it feels very relevant to Ranok. Wait, could it be possible that she smells him on me? Oh no! Oh god, I was slightly wondering if I should perhaps pull away. Then again, if she smells Ranok on me, then it's already too late. Best piece of advice I can give you right now is to just wait. What for? Anything. She shrugs. Just allow for things to come into your life as they may, at their very own pace. Life has a tendency of sorting itself out. Yeah, she's right. Haste is the devil's work, and all things come in time, For all good things come in time. I should stop rushing and overcomplicating everything. And just enjoy myself. Just like now. We both look at the moon in silence. We don't exchange words after that point. No words are needed. We just take in the glorious radiance of the Mother Moon. I smile, as if feeling her blessing touches both. I can see Verissa being at peace as well, which was more than I could have hoped for. I would not want the female to suffer because of me, nor for her faith to waver. Knowing that I somehow managed to keep her resolve was the greatest reward in itself. I thank Aluna for this gift, whether she is real or not. She definitely turned a bad day around for both of us. And that's the end of the update. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. We'll take a quick break here because I tried to make it about every half hour to like 45 minutes or an hour we have breaks. So break around the 59-minute mark. And we'll probably just take a couple minute breaks. Or we'll probably just take like a few minute breaks, like 3 to 5 minutes. All right. I'm going to finish this off. So yeah, pretty good so far. Very heartwarming scene, and like I've said before, I really like Verissa as a character. I think she's definitely one of the stronger female characters I've read or, played through. Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing more from her and being on the March Madness bracket for the best girl category. So for the March Madness brackets, I've decided to make it so that it's visual novel exclusive, so the characters are only from VNs because there's so many VNs that are being suggested and their characters being suggested alongside that I was like, okay, I have to limit the pool. And so I just limited it to, visual novels from now on. And so, there's a best girl and a best boy category. The best girl has about 28 candidates. And Verissa is like pretty close to being at the top with her and like Virginia and like Jenna from Echo. Virginia from Adastra / Kimia, forgot to say. Who else is up there? Oh, Saya from Tennis Ace. Those are like kind of our top 4. And then Cynthia and Jenna are kind of like battling it out for that first round. But they're battling it out for that first round bye. So that's going to be an intense voting matchup. So, personally I prefer Cynthia over Jenna, but that's just my personal thing. And I totally can see why people prefer Jenna over Cynthia. So it's like, that was just going to kind of fun to see. And, especially since they're both, 4th and 5th seed, like they're kind of battling for that. They'll probably meet each other in like the quarterfinals, which will be pretty fun to see. But for the best boy bracket, oh boy, there are so many candidates, and I'll have to shrink the candidate pool size in the following years and do like relegations based on who is suggested the most or the least. Yeah. And that's been a battle. Like, there's like a bunch of ties around like the 64th mark, like the bottom cutoff, and it's intense. Like, people are like within like single points or votes of being off the bracket. It's insane. So that's my update on the March Madness thing. The polls are due on March 3rd, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so still got some time to vote, but, better earlier than late. Or better late than never, whatever the phrase is. But yeah, I'm excited to get an Amicus plush too. Like, after this, and after I have like the rest of my leftovers that I made today, I'm gonna be heading home, man. My parents have the Amicus plush that they got me. Well, it was supposed to be for Christmas, but didn't come until Valentine's Day. But yeah, I'm gonna be going home, and I'll be receiving my Amicus plush finally. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that I didn't that I decided to not include like non-VN best boys. I just feel like since my thing is visual novels, and I love talking about visual novels, and other shows or anime or manga or other categories are kind of out of my what I do here. I feel like that wouldn't fit kind of my thing. Plus, I want to promote the independent creators for these visual novels because most of them are like independent or just kind of grassroots grown creators. So, you know, it's kind of like a mix of a promotion slash like all-star cast of like the characters and seeing like, okay, which ones are the ones most beloved by the VN community? And just giving kind of like our little annual praise or fame. Kind of like how there's like Man of the Year or things like that. Having like a Best Boy of the Year. I swear when I come home tomorrow, I'll put salt in your coffee. Ooh, that is just too mean. Whatever you're talking about, just too mean. Just getting some stupid dust off my screen. Nobody has asked me a question. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any questions for me. Anyway, just gonna finish this off first, and then we'll be ready. I was just really craving this little soda. Not gonna say what it is because I don't want to be like, oh, brand deal or anything like that. Making sure to rinse out the sugar. And I'm going to recycle this because that is good for the environment. Even though that's not the main cause of our problems, but I'll be back in a sec. I am back. And this is the left earbud. And we are starting now. So 1 hour and 5 minutes is the reading continuing. All right. Here we go. I began slowly dozing off on her shoulder, causing the female to exhale to stir me up. Well, that was refreshing. Shall we head back? She gets up and extends her paw towards me. I just nod, taking hold of her and standing to my feet. She walks off, but before I follow, I throw a last curious glance towards the pool. To think that this was the source of all of their moonstones. I'm almost tempted to come closer and take a peek, as if I'm hoping I would find one of my very own. Aw, I want my moonstone. Oh my goodness. I just thought of a marketing idea for this novel. Let me guess. Like, Kael and Far Beyond the World are gonna start making moonstone like as merchandise. Like everybody can choose a moonstone of like, oh, look up kind of like the day you're born on and see what moon you were born on, and then you can get your own custom moonstone. Low key, I would thinking about it myself, like, oof, not to make it myself, but to get one if they did. Like, oof. Man, that sounds so tempting to buy. I'm going to be losing a ton of money with these VNs in the future. Anyway, as if hoping I would find one of my very own. Kaelin. Something shimmers in the depths of the pool. The waters muddle the image hidden just beneath the surface. My feet tremble slightly as I feel a sudden pull towards the well. My hand itches to reach out to retrieve what I believe is a newly formed moonstone. I look back to Verissa, wondering if she also sees it, but the female already put some distance between us. I gaze back to the waters. Something's definitely there. I want to approach, but I feel the moon's glow intensify, almost as if I stood in the glare of a spotlight. Don't do it, Kaelin! The familiar melody fills my ears, as dozens of whispers collide into one simple warning. Don't. The glare retracts, and I blink my eyes to adjust my vision. Nope, back it out. Peace. Bye. Again, I look to Verissa, but she pays me no mind. Whatever is happening only to me. I'm torn, struggling to fight the urge to simply confront the waters. What if there's an answer lying at the bottom of the pool? My mind begins to wander, and I find my feet shift slightly towards the water's edge. I don't want to approach the pool. I feel like that would be evil. Oh, God. Better safe than sorry to save before every decision you make. I'm going to stand firm. And everybody so far is agreeing. And by that, I mean Corgi responded twice, saying no. Do a flip! Yeah, I'm not going to approach. If nobody else objects. Have a swimming. Nice. I was selling Ranok bathwater last 2 updates and still have more. Does anyone want one? It's only $99.99. I made a joke about this with another VN creator about Amicus bathwater. Oh my goodness. Every VN character has bathwater. And now I'm thinking back to like, you know, how for like Yuichi, like how he has a bath. He's like, you know, takes a bath for like whatever scene. It's like there's Yuichi bathwater. Oh man. Every best boy you can't be a best boy until you have your own bathwater. Oh man. I'll take the bathwater. Oh my goodness, you people are nuts. So, 2 people for yes, and then the rest of you say no. I'm gonna say no, because I feel like if we do, we're gonna be doing something very evil. But I remain still, using all my willpower to defy this persuasive thought. Do not fight it. Kaelin, what's the matter? Yo, Verissa, there's this random voice in my head telling me to go to the pool. Should I do it? 50,000 likes and I'll jump in the pool. I snap out of my stupor, gazing now into the wavy reflection of the moon. The waters are dull and empty. Whatever tugged at my inner desire is gone as if it was never there. Another mirage meant to mess with me. Curse you, mirages. It's nothing. I was just admiring the scenery. I mutter, trying to recollect my thoughts. I feel utterly confused. Seems I cannot get away from the voices. I'm under so much pressure that my anxiety begins to spill into the waking world. For a moment, I think of talking to Verissa, but considering our earlier conversation, I don't want to come across as if I'm mocking her beliefs. She seems to be already struggling on my account. This is an Unnecessary distraction. I guess the whole Aluna talk just got into my head. The female notices my tardiness and approaches me to slip her paw around my elbow and lock arms. Come. It's getting late, and if Ranok finds you missing, he'll be freaking out. Yeah. Right. She tugs at me slightly, and I oblige. I nearly forgot about Ranok and our mishap. I do dearly hope he's still fast asleep. Oh boy, hopefully he did not wake up. As we return to the village, Verissa guides me back towards the cottage. Apparently, I took quite a detour through the woods. It is a wonder how I stumbled upon the Moonstone. Or the Moon Shrine, I apologize. Once the house is on our sight, the female bids me a good night. Her home is in the other direction. I wave her goodbye and make my way towards the cabin, an uneasy smile stretching across my face. We both need reassurance, and both have received it. I must allow Ranok to process things at his own pace. Pressing him isn't fair and will only push us further apart. So far, he's been good at opening up when the time was right. Besides, I have other things to worry about. The voices become quite conspicuous now. I hear them. It's not just in my head. Whether I'm going mad or simply spiraling is yet to be seen. Me during the school year, whether I'm going mad or simply spiraling is yet to be seen. That's been my school year so far. Senior year, all quarantined so far. Great. People say your senior year of college is supposed to be the most fun. Yet I've been in quarantine for it all year. But for the time being, I have my plate full. I nearly yelp out as I hear a strange voice mumble in the bushes. Get him! No, I'm kidding. Oh, fucking Triss, I'm gonna slap you. I forgot what his voice was. What the fuck was Triss' voice? Whatever. I'm gonna wing it. The tigers must be growing really desperate if they think a human will do the trick. Or perhaps that they thought it clever. Hard to decide which. You might have them fooled, but I know you speak, Wolven. Curse you, Triss, I'm going to kick your ass! As I say in Wolven, fuck you, Triss, I will kick your ass! I still hold my chest, steadying my rattled heart, while the bunny continues his random monologue as if he wasn't even speaking to me. That's right. I'll be keeping a watchful eye on you, you little... Who does he think he is? That makes two of us. I bark at him in annoyance, pretty fed up with the impertinence of this guy. Okay, what are you doing lurking outside our windows, you fucking creep? What did you say? He looks at me wide-eyed, stumbling back into the bushes. Wait a minute. Did he just call out our bluff? Motherfucker! Okay, I'm done playing games. Cut the crap. I don't have time for this. You think you can threaten me? Ranok, Vol, and Verissa are all in on this. No, you shouldn't say that. Now he's gonna be like, they're all in on this, and then we're gonna get killed. You rat me out, and there won't even be a piece of you left once they're done with you. Ooh. The rabbit stands there, shaking, and I can't help but smile that my ultimatum worked so well. How are you doing this? Doing what? Speaking Old Sylvan. By the spirits. I'm just imagining, like, that's their equivalent of, like, Old English or, like, you know, Middle English, where it's like, dost thou have the mindset to even comprehend thou? He's just, like, speaking super fancy old school, like, in a woven. They're just like, geez, you sound like such a fucking scholar. Anyway. Speaking Old Sylvan. By the spirits. It's like you were born in my burrow. What? This again? No, I'm not engaging at this point. Look, I don't know what game you're playing, but I'm not in the mood for it. If you won't leave me alone, I will tell the others that you're onto me and that you speak Woven. That's punishable by death. This makes my secret your secret. So better keep your mouth shut so we can both stay alive. I sneer in anger. I can see Trista is really shaken, and I start to think that he really didn't expect me to understand him. I'm not speaking Woven. None of the words are. What? Okay? Oh. Oh, God. He's probably speaking in his native whatever tongue, and it's just like, we are interpreting it. Oh, fuck. Why can't we understand? This is getting too much for me. I'm so confused by this. The sudden anger that took hold of me simply dissipated. My breath stabilizes, and I just take a deep exhale. Whatever. I look to him with a more empathetic gaze. Super chat. A quick thank you to Perpy the Cat for the $2 donation. It's me, Perpy. How are you enjoying the update? Great so far. I'll try not to interrupt if there are too many super chats in the middle of it, and I may mute it if too many occur while I'm reading. Well, I'll try and be sure to address them during the break. Anyway, I didn't mean for you to lose your job. And I don't mean for you to lose your life either. So just stay away from me and stop giving me those funny looks. I rush past him, bumping into his shoulder and causing the bunny to stumble out of my way. I simply run towards the house. My head is spinning with a torrent of conflicting thoughts and emotions. What sort of crazy ride am I on? When I enter the cabin, I close the doors behind me and slump against them. What the fuck is going on? First Woven and now Old Sylvan? I am so confused by all these different languages. This chief was supposedly speaking to me in the same human dialects as well. But they all blend into one. I cannot distinguish one language from another. They are as native to me as my own thoughts. Just like the whispers. I quickly look around the room for some water, as my throat clenches and I'm desperately thirsty. I pour myself a cup and swallow greedily, but with each gulp I feel the void inside my stomach grow deeper, while my heart rate spins completely out of control. Oh God, I'm going out of control, guys. Sorry. Making sure to hydrate. I think I might be losing my damn mind. Not again. Fuck. We're getting skewed. Some way Photoshop is skewing us. I gaze at the room in panic as it begins to contort again. The shadows extending and reaching out to me. No! No! My eyes well up and my heart is racing at 100 miles an hour. Please. No. I drop the cup, but before I hear it clang on the floor, everything turns black. Super chat. God damn it, Purple, you ruined the mood. You have a bit of drool on your... Well, we use the camera as a mirror. Screw you. But thanks for the donation anyways, Purple. So, no. Not this again. I beg, tears cascading down my cheeks like heavy waterfalls. What is happening? What the hell is happening? Am I supposed to hit the enter button? I don't get this. This is the thing that confuses me. I hit it. One more time? There we go. That's the one thing that kind of drives me nuts. It's like, when do I click to continue? If I have to click more than once to continue, that just throws me off. Anyway. It's so close now. So close. Suddenly, I feel a large hand grab onto my arm, pulling me deeper into the void. No! Super Chat. Let go of me! Super Chat, let go of me! The $2 donation tells me to follow the light, but there's a hand on me, Perpy! Help! Let go! I shout with all the air in my lungs. I force myself free, pulling back and stumbling to the floor. God, oh God, it's Ranok, thank goodness. Kaelin, what are you doing? I can see Ranok standing above me with a shocked expression, his paw still extended where it held me. What's going on? I look around in utter horror, huddling to the wall behind me. Everything's back to normal, as if nothing ever happened. What? You were just standing there, mumbling. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. I'm starting to lose sense of what's real and what isn't. The wolf squats beside me, looking rather worried. No doubt he senses my erratic heart rate. So much for not coming across as hysterical. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. I mutter, struggling to get up. He aids me with his paw, pulling me back to my feet. I must have been sleepwalking. I'll go back to bed. I try to rush towards the bedroom doors, but Ranok grabs my hand and gently stopping me in my tracks. I can see you're in distress. His voice is soft and full of concern. Only now I notice that I'm slightly shivering and my heart must seem to him as if I try to burst out of my chest. Super Chat. Thanks again, Burpee. Yes, it is Ranok. Look at him. Anyway, it almost feels as if I have a pocket of air stuck inside. Look, I'm sorry about the kiss. It's always about him. It's not the goddamn kiss! I snap, yanking my hand free. Kaelin! Oh no, that was not as loud as I meant to be. Kaelin! I seriously can't deal with his sexuality issues right now. I run towards the bedroom doors and slam them shut behind me. He broke that door. Since there is no lock, I sit down with my back against them, preventing the wolf from entering without having to force his way in. I try to calm myself, to rein in my rattled breath, but again, I'm slowly spiraling. I hear him knock on the door, and I sigh in annoyance, struggling to hold back the tears. Go away, I plead sorrowfully. Super chat. Okay, I may have to mute the super chat thing at this point. Just a temporary mute. For now. So, Perby, you've donated about 5 times. Thank you. Next time you donate, I won't mention it till the break. Anyway, I plead sorrowfully. I really don't know what to do. Between the torrent of thoughts in my head and the mixed feelings he invokes in me, I feel like I'm stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Kaelin, what really happened? He asks me through the door, and his saddened voice almost makes me want to let him in. If it's not the kiss, why are you so freaked out? I need to know. Your fucking rabbit threatened me. I gasp, finally allowing tears to free falling. I gasp, finally allowing tears to fall freely. Or I threatened him. I'm not sure which anymore. I muttered, defeated. I did not handle Trist well. What? When? Although I really want to tell him my near constant freakouts and my now apparent weird multilingual abilities, I don't think it's the right time for it either. We've just opened one can of worms with that stupid kiss. No point opening another without putting the lid back on first. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It would seem I will have to bite the bullet and take the embarrassment of coming across as too emotional, rather than put my mental psychosis on full display. Sometimes you kind of have to with that in your situations when it's like you have too many things going on in your mind and you're just like, I can't argue all these things at once. And you're just like, I may have overreacted. Yeah, I've done that before. I've had to apologize for things and actions. Anyway. Was it at the feast? I decide to evade with the half-truth. Yeah. He kept giving me funny looks. Well, if that's the case, I'll set him straight. He has no business harassing you. No, don't. I don't want to cause... I cut off, realizing how just hours before we both accused one another of making a spectacle of ourselves. A scene? He guesses through a forced chuckle. Bit too late for that, don't you think? Yeah. We stay like this in silence. When I feel his heavy form slump down and press against the door. He sat himself on the other side, mirroring me. I never want to make you angry, but I understand why you don't want me there. First, I take it too far with the teasing, and then... He holds his breath, unable to even verbalize it. God, you must be so disgusted. I'm flattered, not disgusted. Huh? He exhales, clearly surprised by my candidness. I mean, having a wolf like you kiss someone like me? That's any guy's dream. Given their... defective? He says it in a worried tone, and I sigh in defeat. You're not defective, Ranok. Not to me. Maybe. But to everyone else. Fuck everyone else. I snap, annoyed he allows himself to be boxed up like this without putting up even a shred of a fight. What matters is what you think and feel. Do you see me as defective? As someone who needs to be fixed? No! The wolf stutters in panic. You're perfect the way you are. And now I'm the one taken aback by his frankness. A small blush creeping onto my face over the compliment. But at least I keep hitting at the table. I'm sorry, guys. But at least now I can turn his own heartfelt words against his conditioning. Then for the love of God, stop using that word. I demand sternly. It's even more painful when you use it to describe yourself. You have so much going on. Last thing you need is self-loathing. He falls silent, clearly thinking over what I had said. I give him a moment, but eventually he sighs deeply. It's not that simple. Why? Because I'm really not like that, Kaelin. I do like females. When Ranok be given the bi representation? Fingers crossed. I do like females. I want to suggest he might be bi, but he continues to completely throw off my train of thought. I'm just an idiot. I know I can be playful, but I took it a bit too far. I just wanted to distract you because you were so distressed, and I'd much rather you had you flustered than you in tears. So, you just kissed me? I almost can't believe his words. Like, how is that even a solution? Sorry, I'm gonna put my bi flag back. Reaching. Can I get it? No. Come on, get in there. And we did it. Close enough. There we go. The bi flag is back. How is that even a solution? Oh. My friend is upset, and I know he might be into me. Let me give him a pity kiss. I mock his logic. Suppose, hypothetically, that you want to kiss your friend in a platonic way. It wasn't like that. He subdues a growl. It's... The wolf sighs, struggling with his wording for his own thoughts. We both had too much to drink. So, you never meant it? No! That's not what I'm saying! Again, he protests fervently. What are you saying, then? It was a spur of the moment. I had no idea what I was doing until I actually did it. He gives his rash explanation. I can clearly feel his rattled breath rocking the door back and forth. He's really distressed, and I decide to allow him some time to recollect his thoughts, listening to his strained huffs. I don't know. The wolf sighs in defeat. I'm so confused. You're a guy, and although I had feelings for a male before, I thought it was just a one-off. But even worse, you're a human. That's gotta be messed up, no? As much as a revelation of his earlier infatuation surprises me, his crude assessment of our situation brings me back to Earth. He isn't wrong. Even I question my attraction to him at times. This is a whole new level of what the hell am I even thinking kind of thing. Yeah. I get how you feel. I nod half-heartedly. Each time I'm reminded that you're a wolf, part of me is screaming, what the fuck? I chuckle nervously. Right? He responds in a similar feigned amusement. I think it's your speech that does it to me. There's no language barrier, and you sound like one of our own. Worse yet, talking to you is easier than to any other wolf I've ever met. Because you're an outsider, I don't have to worry about our customs or preconceptions. You just read me like an open book without any judgment. I feel like I can be myself around you, and that you enjoy me for who I actually am. Not for who you want me to be. I've never felt like that before. I listen carefully as he tries to explain his feelings. Seems I was right. He was forced into a role his entire life, with watchful eyes dead set on him. One wrong move, one misplaced step, and you're booed off the stage. A failure. Poor wolf. I wipe away a tear. First time I have shed in this world for someone else. You're also the first decision I've made that I can stand by as truly my own. The fact that I also saved your life makes me feel responsible and incredibly possessive. Sometimes it feels as if I'm imprinted on you in those woods. He exhales in resignation and I raise my brow. Imprinted? It doesn't matter. He mutters dismissively. Just know that to us wolves, being territorial about certain individuals is very much natural. And combined with everything else, it can easily seem like you are in love. It's messing with my head. Yeah, I could see why. I sigh in understanding. I can definitely relate to his confusion and reservations. My memory loss and loneliness is triggering a lot of my need for intimacy with you. Not to mention that you're the first and only friendly person I can remember. It makes me a little bit clingy. And then, being forced into this proximity, with things getting as intense as they did at times? No wonder our emotions are all over the place. I can hear his amused scoff through the door. See? Even now you understand me. It's hard to keep level-headed around you. Right back at you. I laugh softly. But even if it is kind of rushed and weird, I really do enjoy your connection. Our connection. The thing is, I'm enjoying it as well. Maybe too much than it is appropriate. He says with a serious tone, and I want to reassure him. I don't mind being close. I cannot lose you, Kaelin. He cuts me off, his voice cracking a little as he strains against his own emotions. He almost sounds desperate. Especially not now, when you're the closest thing to a true friend I have. What about Vol and Verissa? Don't get me wrong. I love them. I do. But I still have to put up a mask in front of them. I cannot show any weakness or blemishes. You're the only one who allows me to be the real me. And I'm not only talking about my He cuts off and I smile, because he respected my earlier request. About my quirk. Attaboy. Why would you think you could lose me? Because I already did lose someone once. By allowing things to go too fast. We just met, but I could see something special in you. A friendship worth 1,000 short-lived flings. Yeah. I think I understand what you mean. And just like that, he has proven once again that he's been more than considerate than I ever have. I don't deserve this guy. Silence overtakes us, as neither of us know what to say. I suspect he's simply trying to plaster over another crack he allowed to form in his facade. But I remind myself that I need to give him time. He's made good on coming forward at just the right moments. So, I wait. 10, maybe 20 minutes. Just admiring the white moon slowly setting over the now darkening sky. The night is at its thickest, which means dawn is not too far. I begin slowly dozing off, just listening to his rhythmic breathing on the other side of the doors. But then, a question stirs me up. Like a cold water slushed into my face. I might be making a fool out of myself, but I have to know. My skin even burns as would be natural in such a scenario. Do you even have feelings for me? I hold my breath, almost certain my heart skipped a beat. I hold my breath, almost certain my heart had skipped a beat. Wasn't ready for this, and so wasn't my answer. I don't know. I might. I shrug, looking out the window in defeat. It's clear he did not expect my honesty. Really? I sigh. Everything's so muddled. Everything is so muddled, Ranok. My thoughts race at such speeds that my mind cannot keep up. I idly poke my forehead. It's like a whirlpool of emotions up here. But I do feel something towards you. I can hear his struggles to contain a smile, his voice betraying a hopeful gleam. Something? I want to say love, but I'm not that naive. We barely just met, and as we both just agreed, our situation doesn't exactly make things clear. Yeah. But I won't lie to you. There's certain undeniable attraction there. He burrows deep in thought, causing my anxiety to spike. I might have been too honest. Don't worry. It's not another rejection. He mutters, again picking up on my heartbeat even from the adjacent room, and drawing a reluctant laugh from me. Damn. His beastly ability is quite enticing at times, although presently my train of thought is a tad inappropriate. I also feel conflicting emotions regarding you. At first, I thought I was just excited about my destiny finally unfolding. But the more I got to know you, the more I enjoyed your company. I started brushing it off to my loneliness. But now, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He sighs heavily, taking another moment to collect his thoughts. This is completely new for me. I never connected with anyone like that. Not even with wolves I pursued or grew up with. You are really dear to me. He insists, and the tone of his voice leaves no doubt about it. That's why I cannot risk fucking it up by misreading the situation. I laugh, completely embarrassed by how stupid I am. I keep I keep measuring him with my own yardstick. What's so funny? I thought you were acting immature by bolting after the kiss. Yet again, you proved that between the two of us, I'm the one who's still a kid. That's what I love about you. He chuckles back, but I'm just stunned that he used that word. I inquire hesitantly. Cherish your childish naivety. You were clearly lucky enough to retain it. My people weeded out very early on. Well, you still put up a fight. He scoffs in amusement. I try. I take a deep breath and slowly get up to my feet. I place my hand on the handle and turn it, unlocking the doors with a soft clang. As I pull the wing away, I see the wolf's back as he's seated on the floor in front of me. He reluctantly turns his head, meeting my gaze with a weary expression. I extend my hand towards him, trying to give him courage to get up. At first, he's reluctant, but then he smiles awkwardly. He grabs my hand, but stands up on his own accord, just holding on to me for the sentiment's sake. Once he's up, he looks up at me with concern. Hug? I open my arms awkwardly, inviting him to embrace me. Immediately, I hear his tail swing as he nods with a barely contained smile. And just like that, the large furry form envelops me and I'm surrounded by the scent of the forest. It feels as if I'm rolling in the meadow again, his fur brushing against me akin to the grass. He holds me tight, secure in his embrace for a few good moments. But I don't mind. I simply surrender myself completely, melting into his form. I needed this, to feel safe and wanted. I just take in his warmth, really relieved that despite everything that happened tonight, our relationship wasn't damaged. In fact, despite our combined mishaps, I very much believe it was strengthened. He continues to keep me close, as if desperate to feel every inch of me pressed against his body. As if fearing I might disappear into the morning mist. My heart stumbles, and I feel butterflies fill my stomach. He senses that slight shift and squeezes harder. He grabs my face gently with his paws, warm beams pressing against my cheeks, and slightly pushes away. His nose ventures down to my forehead, trailing my skin with its cold, wet tip. I stifle a giggle as it tickles. Then, my eyes open wide as he reaches my cheek. There he plants a tender lick, his tongue barely grazing the surface of my skin. We lock our gazes, and he immediately pulls me back into his chest. Again, we stay like this for a while, until eventually, he lets go of me. I think we both need some time to figure things out at our own pace, he mutters with a saddened voice, yet his expression remains quite determined. What do you mean? I respond in slight confusion. I have no doubt our feelings will clarify if we give ourselves some space. There was something I was meant to do. A scouting mission that would most likely take me away for a few days. What? I feel my heart sink. I did not expect this turn after such a tender moment. I put it off on your account, and Father decided to simply delegate this task to Tano at a later date. Aside from me not trusting his tracking abilities, this is urgent. As usual, Ranok picks up on my distress and takes firm hold of my shoulders. 2 of our packs are missing, and I was willing to brush them off for the sake of our little retreat from reality. But it wasn't fair. Not towards you, not towards me, and especially not towards the tribe. He looks into my eyes, and although it's hard to argue with his reasoning, its maturity is commendable, even. I cannot help but feel betrayed. I know I said I wouldn't leave you, but if I'm to be chief one day, a good chief, I need to act like one. He insists, his ears falling flat, and I can see he wants this to be our joint decision. How petty would I have to be to inject myself into his line of duty? And despite how easily lulled I am into this weird need for intimacy, I agree that some time apart could help us get clarity. Half the time, I don't know what to feel anymore. No, I understand. Again, if it's that important, I mutter, but my voice must have been terribly unconvincing as the wolf sighs and pulls me closer. If I am to protect you, I cannot give them any reasons to undermine me. But most importantly, I cannot allow myself to unwittingly hurt you in the process as well. I think a few days apart will allow our emotions to cool down and settle. Then, we will have a clearer view of what's actually going on between us. He smiles, planting another, this time more encouraging lick on my cheek, pulling at my skin teasingly in the process. I chuckle it off, pushing his muzzle away. I'm not going to lie. Being left here alone does scare me a bit. But I also know you're right. I nod. You won't be alone. I'll ask Vol and Varissa to take care of you. That actually sounds fun. I mutter half-heartedly. You're a terrible liar. I know. But I really am keen on spending more time with them. It's just going to be a strange thing to find myself without you. Indeed, he's the only constant I've known since I woke up. More the reason to rip off the bandage, huh? Yeah. I chuckle, this time with genuine amusement. I cannot believe, or I cannot always expect him to be at my side, and with a week nearly gone by, it's about time I've started acting more independently. Good. He sighs in relief, finally content my mood has stabilized. I will go and see my father at dawn. I'll also get Vol and Verissa here. We can have breakfast together. He proposes through a smile. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. I nod with enthusiasm. A joint meal sounds actually fun. Also, it's about time we got you dressed. I didn't forget my promise. He winks, walking towards the bed, and I smile. Consider it to a fault. I guess it only proves that I should trust him more when it comes to my own well-being. He'd never want to hurt me. I'm more certain about that than ever before. He pulls on the blankets and pats on the bed. Night is nearly gone, but I think we should still try and salvage whatever is left of our sleep. I agree and approach the bed, slowly slinking into the linen. I place myself comfortably, but as the wolf tucks me in, my expression turns. You're not going back to the kitchen, are you? Uh-huh. He seems rather troubled, trailing his gaze between the bed and the doors. I thought that we decided. To take some time apart, yes. But you haven't left yet. I try not to sound too desperate, but my pleading leaves no doubt about my state of mind. If you're to go away, I'd rather spend what little time we have together. He smiles in understanding. You know what? I feel the same way. He mutters as he crawls onto the bed. I blush as he clambers over me, his chest directly over my face. I feel flushed, and it's hard not to pull him closer, but he simply rolls playfully over to the other side. We lock our awkward gazes for a moment, until he mimics my earlier gesture and spreads out his arms. Hug? I thought you wouldn't ask. I chuckle, snuggling deep into his chest. If this is the last night together for some to come, I'd rather spend it deep inside his fluff. He laughs off my eagerness and embraces me softly as I listen to his thumping tail. Friends or lovers? I have no idea which. Nor do I care at this point. I just enjoy being held by someone I feel I can completely trust and who trusts me in turn. Feeling his warmth once again is all I could have ever wished for after tonight's fiasco. His gentle breath helps me calm my emotions even further until I return to that sweet, sweet, blissful nothingness. Okay, I'm going to quickly pause and take a break at this point because we went on for over an hour. Yeah, almost exactly an hour. Just a bit over. But we are going to take a break. So it's addressing chat. And I quickly need to get something from the bathroom for myself. So this break will be about 3 to 5 minutes again. So enjoy yourselves while I quickly run and get something. All right, I'm back. Changing this back here. Perfect. So there were a couple of donations, good amount of them, while I was reading. Trying to think of which one that was the last one I read. Follow the Light. Dirk look at Ranok. Yeah. Then there were like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 donations that were. The first one was $5, and the remaining 7 were $2 each. The $5 one was just, oh god, use code Dirk to get 50% off of any donation. Oh god, you so silly. But yeah, anyway, I just had to go to the bathroom and just that's kind of what I did. That was my thing. So yeah, probably do like another minute before we start again, and then we'll continue on. So at 2:11 we will continue. Oh man, you guys are exercising each other with Tano. You're so ridiculous. Time to start the good part. Wait, the what? I thought that was the good part. Oh man, are things gonna get even crazier? Man, I wonder how long I wonder if we're like even halfway, because that felt like a good, like at least a third of that update. Like, we really grinded with that one. Apologies as we are still in our minute of a break. Maybe we'll give it 1 more minute. Apologies if we go a little bit over the time. So I'm just going to quickly do a little nifty thing. So we're going to change it to 212. Scoop. 212. All right. Okay. I was a bit confused in general just about like the new updating, and like we're gonna start in a few seconds, but yeah, I was just confused about how this is 4.3 instead of chapter 5, I guess. Like I was like, wait, is this chapter 5 or is this like 4.5? At one point it was 43. So yeah, if anybody just saw that, once again, I've got to push it back to 2:13. Apologies for the extra long break. But yeah, we just went on for a bit longer than I expected. Yeah, we're about like 40% at least, so get ready for another probably 2.5 hours or so of this. So, you know, just for anybody who just joined, welcome, or just left, unwelcome. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, we are going to continue things up in 4, 3, 2, 1. I opened my tired eyes to see the sun already out in full swing. After my nightly escapade to quit getting up is a bit of a challenge. After my nightly escapade, getting up is a bit of a challenge, but feeling that the wolf isn't next to me causes my heart to race. I jump out of the bed in panic, fearing he has left without saying goodbye. As I rush into the kitchen, I am met with the sight of the wolf setting up the table for 4. He even brought the chair from the porch to complete the set. Aw. Again, as it is his custom by now, even when having extra duties to attend to, he allows me to rest while he takes care of the morning prep. So romantic. I sigh through a smile, looking at him with feigned annoyance. You should have woken me up. Well, you are a terrible liar. He scoffs. I know you were out of the house. Did Verissa tell on me? I snicker, pulling up a chair and taking a seat. That too. But I could also smell the woods and the grass on your skin. Nothing escapes you, huh? Nope. You'd better get used to that. He winks while I look towards the hearth. He hasn't built the fire yet, and I wonder if he needs some help. Want me to prepare the food? We're not making a fry-up today. Too many people for that. Besides, Verissa makes lighter meals in the morning. She's one of those people that drinks like the equivalent of like a protein shake or something like that every morning. Verissa would be the type of person that would do a protein shake in the modern world. Like, she'd be like a protein shake or some quick salad thing for like a quick get-up meal. She's on the go. Oh. What are we having then? I asked Vol to bring some cold meats and cheese. Vither provided fresh bread. He points to a basket with soft rolls. Bread. I can smell their yeasty, wholemeal aroma even here. That sounds absolutely delightful. I watch as the wolf fills up 4 tankards one by one. Let's get everybody drunk in the morning. Despite the ale not being my favorite of drinks, I am looking forward to unwinding with the 3 alphas. What a company indeed. He sets the mugs in front of the chairs, placing mine next to my hand. I smile and nod in gratitude, really happy to see things go back to normal. Actually, maybe even better than normal as I breathe the newfound air of honesty between us. Ranok sits himself down in front of me, smiling and taking an idle sip. I follow his suit, although certain that drinking before noon would be frowned upon back where I come from. The wolf slides his paw towards me, his claws gently scraping the wooden table. He tilts it to the side, revealing another, freshly picked dandelion. Aw. As a keepsake, while I'm gone. Aw, he explains. I smile softly, taking the flower in my hands. If you keep it in fresh water, it should last for a week. I nod. This will be a useful reminder that I still have a friend, if nothing else. So, did you rest well? More than I could have hoped so. I sigh, barely containing a smile. Good. I'm glad we were able to clear things up. Oh, God, yes. I nod eagerly. We just take idle steps. We take idle sips from time to time, not saying much, and the silence is slowly becoming awkward. I can see that he's mulling over something, his uncomfortable expression betraying a rather pervasive thought. What is it? I ask, trying to nudge him. There's one more thing we haven't discussed. But I couldn't find the right time. Or the right words. I smile at him teasingly. I'd say you've done great strides simply saying what's on your mind. Yeah, yes. But this is slightly awkward. More awkward than the heart-to-heart we just had? He nods reluctantly, and I must admit, he has piqued my curiosity. Eventually, he simply sighs and stands up, approaching me with a hesitant gaze. It threatens to undo all that we managed to fix. So please keep an open mind about it. He pulls out a leather strap from behind his back, and I look at it confused. He has a metal buckle on it, resembling a very short belt. What's this? You have to have it on the next time you leave the house, he says with a slightly averse tone, passing me the item, and I immediately realize what it actually is. I have to wear a collar? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh man, we being kinky here. I exclaimed, choking on my drink. Yeah. Okay, what's going on? Ranok's ears pull back, and I could see his grimace deepen. Remember when I told you that you were released into my custody? I just nod, narrowing my eyes. You said I'm your ward. Well, yes. But it also means you're my attendant now. Wait, what? I snap, raising to my feet and squaring off with him. Bite me! It was one of the conditions of your stay. So that's why Trist is so pissed at me. Trist doesn't matter. Of course he does. I'm not taking his job. I cut him off with an angered stare. He's right. With this little stunt, he's very much undoing all that we managed to patch up. It wasn't his to begin with, he responds equally sternly. He was thrusted upon me, like everyone else in my life. My father wanted to show the others that I could be responsible, because having a ward is a sign of great respect. But I couldn't stand the guy. He was always slightly skulking about, giving me funny looks as if judging me. Welcome to the club. I smirk ironically. Either way, I'm not going to be your attendant, whatever the hell that means. Ooh, I shove the collar back into his paws and march off towards the windowsill. I lean into it, looking at the trees and trying to calm myself down. God damn it, just suck it up. Like, why can't any of these moments be like, yo, this is kind of a stupid thing, but fine, I'll do it. Like, I know it's like, yeah, you're taking Trist's job, but he just explained that he wasn't as comfortable with it. I would have been like, okay, at least you'll be happy with your ward. At least that's how I'd react. But then again, it's a visual novel. The characters act the way they do. He's simply killing two birds with one stone. He gets to keep his path and get a more palatable attendant all in one go. What do I get? I get to be paraded around with a collar on my neck, like a damned pet. Don't think of it like that. Think of it as a kink. What a joke. I'm so angry. The wolf sighs heavily while I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but it gets increasingly hard. I can hear Ranok place the collar down onto the table and fidget nervously with his cloak. This is not a choice, Kaelin. The tribe demands it. He mutters quietly, as if really made unhappy by the predicament. You won't have to do anything. It's just for show. He mutters pleadingly. I'm not a fucking dog! Nothing's going to change, I promise. But without it, you cannot go outside. His voice takes on a more desperate tone, but I remain defiant. David, just fucking suck it up. Why is it with all these characters being like so pissed off about this? I'd be like, I need to survive. I need to go outside. Fuck it, I'll do it. I would be a lot more compliant than this guy. Anyway, this is a complete indignation. I'm not wearing it. Well, it's either that or... He cuts off, clearly uncomfortable with what's to follow. Or what? I finally turn around to face him and the wolf winces. I'll have to mark you. Mark me? As in what? Brand me like cattle? Immediately I'm reminded of Trist's dumb barcode tattoo. Is that a mark he speaks of? What? No. He sounds almost offended at the insinuation. You'll just have to wear my scent. We could have just done that the whole time. Just give me the Ranok cologne and I would be all cool with this. Am I not already? I splay out my arms, hinting at his musk covering me from head to toe. Okay, moving on. That's when Tano's remark hits me. He doesn't smell like your ward. I'm not going to reveal his voice just yet. I can't wait to reveal Tano's new voice. But that is a little hint at it. He doesn't smell like your ward. My eyes widen in terror as I realize how canines mark their territory. Oh god, no, please don't be this. Oh no. Oh god. No. I cover my face, completely mortified by the implication. He flinches in embarrassment at my realization and looks away. Don't you even say what I think you're about to say. That's why I went with the collar instead. I just stand there, dumbfounded that he would even suggest pissing on me as if I were a tree. Oh god, I hate it! I hate it so much. This is the worst part of the novel ever. I hate it so much, goddamn. What the hell did I get myself into? He avoids looking in my direction, and although I am incredibly infuriated by this nonsensical situation, it's clear that it makes him at least in part as uncomfortable as it makes me. I close my eyes, trying to remember that he doesn't have anything deliberately malicious towards me. Or hasn't done anything malicious. And considering our conversation from just a few hours ago, I should place more good faith in his goodwill. He's just playing a part in a bigger play, and my best chance is to follow his lead. I need to control my knee-jerk reactions and show him some trust. I take a deep breath, looking at his worried muzzle, and sigh. I've trusted you thus far. I mutter, albeit still begrudgingly, and approach the table. Buy your Ranok colored stores now. I grab the leather and look at it closely. Despite trying to do so with cynicism, I cannot help but admire exquisite craftsmanship. It's quite well made. Embroidered edges with soft suede padding on the inner side as to not bruise the skin. The buckle is also beautifully crafted, with a woven paw embossed in the middle with a full moon. I had it made just for you. True silver, with my emblem on it. This will ensure no one messes with you while I'm gone. And just like that, I'm reminded he's simply looking out for me. Even if a bit heavy-handedly. This is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I want to get into this world. I want to just jump into this world a second and just slap Kaelin on the face and be like, suck it up already. Holy shit, Kaelin's. Holy shit, Kaelin, suck it up already. We get it. I grumble, trying to put the damn thing on. I still want him to know that I'm not enjoying this, even if an odd part of my mind tried to sidetrack me. This is not kinky, I swear. Not in this context, at least. Will I have to serve at the feast, then? I huff, finally fastening the thing in place. It fits rather snug. The wolf looks back at me and his ears perk up at my reluctant concession. No, that won't be the case. You're an attendant, not a servant. I'm sorry if the distinction is lost on me. You're supposed to keep sure that my personal needs are met. That's all. Whatever that means. Wipe my ass for me, Kaelin! So, I will be able to dine with you? Oh yes, attendants are kind of like a professional companion. Professional companion, ooh. A silent companion, since they're not supposed to speak. That never hampered friendships to foster between a ward and his warden. Depends on what you're looking for in a friend. I mumble. No, Seahooks, no! I want to remove that comment so freaking badly, but I need to leave it. Oh god, you guys can read it. It just scarred me to read. I mumble. So far, it seems wolves value subservience and obedience, both easily achieved in a mute companion. Yes. Granted, your ability to speak our tongue is a perk. Ooh, you get to speak now? He nods with satisfaction, picking up on my train of thought. But that just makes us friends with benefits. Oh, Ranok, you don't know how I'm gonna interpret this. I erupt in laughter at how apt an assessment this really is. I huddle next to the table, trying to contain my laughing fit. Personal needs, indeed. No. Oh, God. These are going to be some fun dinners, I can tell you that. God damn it, why the hell did it read my mind? Kaelin, would you mind giving me a hand? Oh god, I make a crude shaking hand gesture while laughing. This has to be the funniest thing he has said to date. What's so funny? Just the way you phrased it. I wave at him, trying to compose myself. What a way to cut the tension. I half wonder if it was intentional, judging by the return of his confident smile. Looks good on you. He tries to be teasing and I decide to play along. Oh, you flatter. It would look even better on you. Oh man, this is just getting kinky. I'm afraid it wouldn't fit. God damn it, Ranok. Fuck you. Yes. Your neck is quite fat. Oh, burn! It's not fat. It's big-boned. He scoffs in feigned annoyance. It's just fluff. Oh, I just want to pet the neck floof so badly. He raises his brow proudly, and I nod with a smile, picking up my tankard. I wet my lips with amusement, looking love-struck at the wolf again. It's really hard to keep a level head around him. Some time apart will help us temper our emotions. My thoughts go out to the funny bunny, whose grudge against me now becomes more understandable. Trist had a place at the table, and now, thanks to me, he has to serve it. I mutter oddly. I'm just trying to understand his annoyance. As your attendant, he has a cushy life, which I've taken away from him. That may be, but I never took Trist to the feast. The wolf protests through a scoff, his voice almost mocking. He's just a rabbit. And he might just as well have punched me. I'm going to die. What did you say? My stunned reaction causes him to reconsider his words, and I can see his flirty demeanor change into panic. I mean... Like I'm just a human, right? I interrupt, looking at him with clear disappointment. Man, Kaelin just like finding anything to jump on. That's just Kaelin. Oh my god, that just sounds like a comedy show. This is Kaelin. He always jumps to an argument. He does not take Ranok's BS. This is Ranok, just trying to keep a human in his world without having him get killed. Together they make Far Beyond the World. Oh man. Just like Far Beyond the World, but in a sitcom fashion. Wouldn't that just be ridiculous? Anyway. By the moon, Kaelin. He finally snaps in annoyance. Are we really going to do this every time we talk? Do what? Find something to argue about? Yes, I guess, apparently. Bicker. I can't stand it. You're just like Varissa. Always on my case. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not saying you are. But you're not exactly a Prince Charming either. I'm not a prince. Obviously not. No wonder Trist is seething. If Ranok was dismissive of the bunny, seeing me showered with attention must be aggravating. Okay, now I'm starting to see why. I was like, are you just doing this to be like, oh, easy humanist or something? But it's like, oh yeah. I can see why this would make things extra awkward. Like, brings him to the feast and it's like, he never brought me to the feast. Like, oh man, Trist is gonna be just a huge foil, or maybe not an antagonist, but you know, like a huge foil in this. Oh boy. This must be aggravating. If he bothers you so much, I'll have him dismissed from the tribe. He stifles a growl, and it makes me slightly worried. I might have had a bad run-in with the rabbit, but I don't want him banished. Especially now when we both hold each other's secret. What? I can't believe my ears. I thought you were different. I don't understand your issue here. You say he bothers you, so I'm happy to get rid of him. He's not the problem here. You are. Oh, ho, ho, ho. A soft knock stops our argument as we both lock startled gazes with the door. Oh, Lord, that is a horrible way to end a conversation. Uh-oh. Am I interrupting something? We fall silent, exchanging looks, and both take a deep breath. No. Ranok finally calls out, clearly relieved by this distraction. For once you're my saving grace. Or coup de grace. Or coup de grace? I had never seen that written before. Is it the coup de grace? I think it might be coup de grace, because I think that's very French looking. I don't speak French, please help. I'm not Kael and I don't speak every single language. I scoff, watching as the wolf walks up to open the door. Verissa enters the cabin being a white garment. Verissa being a white garment. No, I'm kidding. Verissa enters the cabin bearing a white garment draped over her arms. Your heated argument could have been heard all the way from the path. She looks at us with annoyance. At this rate, Tano and Trista are the least of our concerns. If your bickering continues, the whole village will learn the human speaks by tomorrow. Don't worry. I still plan to leave. The wolf grumbles and looks at me with a hurt expression. I guess we both allowed our emotions to take the lead. Fair enough. And I'm being judgy again. Good. I think some distance is warranted after being forced into such tight quarters. Indeed. His voice is cold, and I feel saddened that we allowed things to spiral this far. Right. Both of you get rid of those frowns. I'm gonna smack you both. Be happy, damn it! She touches Ranok's chin, softly lifting his muzzle. Are we getting jealous, I see? I didn't come all the way here to break fast with 3 voles. One is quite enough. The gray wolf smiles, and I also try to muster one. I hope that will do. She ruffles the cloth in her arm. That's all I've been able to scrounge up on such a short notice. Scrounge up? This is quite exquisite. This is quite exquisite. The wolf exhales, running his paw through his delicate... I thought it was his hair for some reason. Why the heck am I stupid? The wolf exhales, running his paw through the delicate fabric. I look with curiosity, seeing how the sun reflects and glimmers on the cloth's surface, as Verissa sprawls it over the table. In all fairness, I am glad to be finally rid of it. Rid of it? Why haven't you worn it? Oh, don't you start as well. She smacks her lips in annoyance, looking towards me. White people wearing white clothes. That's awkward. She immediately locks onto the collar and smiles. Oh, I see you've got him to wear it. Good. You knew about this? I almost sound accusatory. Of course. To be fair, you not wearing it yesterday wasn't lost on the gathered. You mean they couldn't immediately assume I'm a part of the livestock? If you could choose to see it that way. She shrugs. Now, up on a chair. Oh god, the chair noises. Ah! The female points as he drags onto the middle, or as she drags on. The female points as he drags one into the middle of the room. Sorry, the chair itself is just, the annoying thing, not the making of the noise. It's just, chairs are going to be annoying like that. Not dissing chair squeaks or anything. Dirk has a controversy with chair squeaks. Anyway, I nod reluctantly and jump on, trying to steady myself. Verissa passes me the garment, and I am immediately surprised how soft it is to the touch. So silky smooth. Put that on. It's a dress. Have you heard of Harry Styles? Who? He would wear it. So should you. Like the Harry Styles thing where it's like he's wearing a dress or whatever. I remember that looking pretty good on him, though, too. Like, good stuff. I totally am cool with, like, seeing people, like, expressing, different forms of, clothing or whatnot. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, if it's the only option in this case, it's like, this may be awkward, but, in the regular world, I'm down for that stuff. Like, for me, I'm like, man, I want to wear shorter shorts more often. That's my sense of breaking the norms for men's style. Anyway, it's a dress. I frown, finally seeing how it unfurls all the way down to my ankles. My. Getting sharper with every passing day. Okay, that's not exactly what I had in mind. I throw an uncomfortable gaze to Ranok. First, the collar. Now this? What did you have in mind? The wolf asks impatiently, which makes me realize I might have sounded a little ungrateful. Kaelin, the most ungrateful character. In all honesty, I don't know what I expected. What is this, Nope, I'm not gonna say it. Nope. Just because of the jeans, I was about to say a reference to another VN. In all honesty, I don't know what I expected. A pair of jeans and a t-shirt, perhaps? Boy, what the frick is wrong with you? If you thought in this world... Oh, man. Yeah. Good luck explaining that. Thought so. Ranok scoffs teasingly, and I simply pull the dress over my head. Hold on, I'm just quickly unmuting something. There we go. Continue. I watch it drop freely, covering my body nicely. But it feels so strange to be dressed up like this. Right. Because you're so short, I'll have to fold up the bottom. I'm so short. The female wastes no time, pulling and tugging at different parts of the fabric, readjusting it to a new proposed height. Should it go below or above the knees? She looks up to me, but I'm not exactly sure. Above the knees, Kaelin. Be a defiant in style. Ranok? She throws to the wolf, requesting a second option with a playful tone. Why are you asking me that? I don't care. Ranok's the equivalent of the guy who sits outside of the dressing booth while his girlfriend gets changed. I don't care. Just get something. So he's like trying to read like a magazine or something. I could just imagine him with like, I don't know, like Tano or somebody else as like they're in the dressing room and he's just outside like reading something. He's like, come on, hurry up. I couldn't help but chuckle at how flustered he got. But when her gaze drills back onto me, I share his awkwardness. I don't know. Oh my god, if we get to choose, I'm gonna choose above the knees. Well, if you don't want it to look like a dress, I'd say above. Then it can pass off as a tunic. See? Be an innovator in style, Kaelin. Just do it, Kaelin. God damn it, make a choice. I nod with little conviction in my voice. Relax. No one will even bat an eye. Except some people, stares at Ranok. Besides, you've got good knees. Why cover them? As I cover my knees with my pants right now. She winks and I blush slightly. Especially since I notice that the sleeves are cut open. With just two golden pins holding them together. Not to mention how deep the neckline is. Just like all the way down. What about the top? Isn't it a bit too revealing? I'm not a damn seamstress. I'm going to shorten the base, but that's all I can do. Can we at least get rid of this? I ruffle a long piece of blue cloth draped around my shoulders. It's sewn into the attire. Why would you want it gone anyway? You have no fur, and the dress itself won't keep you any warmer. How's this flimsy, dangling strip of cloth going to change that? I pull on the bit that cascades down the right side of my back. It's a shawl, doubling as a cloak if you throw it over your shoulder. Oh my god, Kaelin. Kaelin's IQ just be dropping every second now. Holy crap. It makes me look rather effeminate. And you have a problem with that? Show your femininity, Kaelin. Let it in. I mumble uncomfortably. Oh, Ranok's even blushing. Causing her to laugh. Oh, the horror. She gives a taunting gaze to Ranok, who's been quite smitten with my appearance up to this point. Why are you looking at me? The female shakes her head and returns to regard me, putting 2 needles in her muzzle. Instead of complaining, you should be happy that you don't have to parade yourself naked anymore. Sorry, I'm trying to pretend as if she had 2 needles in her mouth. Method acting. Now, you'll be clad in pure Tigeri silk and Chimedian cotton. I wonder what I can't speak. What the heck is Chimedia? I wonder what place that is. Chimedian cotton. Okay, Chimedian. As in Egypt? I'm assuming Chimedian is some sort of like Egyptian phrase, hence maybe common overlap in people using kind of the Kimi phrasing like that. I don't know. I don't know my history, damn it. I can't tell. Chimedian, as in Egypt. They both blink and Verissa looks to Ranok in confusion. Oh, thanks, Mark. Ancient Egypt was Kemet. Oh, no wonder people. That's an overarching phrase for it. Okay. So yeah, people can take their own phrasings of it. So yeah, I was just confused because I'm like, okay, I'm assuming it's a similar phrasing as maybe other novels because of similar origin. Which, yeah, that's not stealing. I just want to clarify that because when I had my whole spiel where I kept being nitpicky, it's like things like this, it's like, it's hard to go around. It's like, you know, it's hard to have an alternate name for something with like a specific origin name. So, yeah. Things like this are just, you know, that's just what everybody does. It's just they take their variation of it. It's not the same exact name. So, here it's Comedia. And the other world, it's Kimia. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out of the way. I just promised I wouldn't talk about other VNs, but god dang it, I just want to clarify that that's okay. Anyway, they both blink and Verissa looks to Ranok in confusion. He's been doing that a lot. Throwing random words around. She mumbles, looking back at me with a risen brow while struggling to pull up the dress. Chemedian, as in Kemet. See? Ancient Egypt. I assume it's far away. You assume well. She nods through a smile, placing the needles into the fabric to secure a new baseline. It's on the other side of the globe, so this here, my friend, is a royal gift. Wow. She stands up, admiring her handiwork. Not too shabby. She nods in satisfaction and pulls out of her bag a glistening golden belt. Here, put it on. Fancy. I reluctantly pick it up from her paws. It looks awfully expensive, with each segment connected to the other on a tiny hinge and a large blue gemstone set in the buckle. Oh boy, I feel rich already, just holding that thing. I drag it across my waist, pulling the dress closer to my figure. Once a click announces the belt is secure, I brush my hands across the fabric to straighten it out. Oh my. Now you look the part. You mean the part of a noble, right? I mumble awkwardly, causing the wolves to laugh. Okay, give us a turn. She claps her hands in excitement, almost like what your best girlfriend would do seeing you in her borrowed dress. Oh my god, this gives me like, oh man, it's like the whole fashion vibes. I love it. How does it feel? Oddly enough, it fits me perfectly. I smile. The garb is quite comfortable and airy. Not to mention the silk just caresses my skin in an extremely sensual way. You got a figure for it. Isn't that right, Ranok? Ranok just trying not to be horny on the main. Be like, don't be ridiculous. Ridiculous, am I? She draws my attention to the wolf's idle tail flicks, and I cannot contain a laugh. Just give it a rest. How much do I owe you? It was a gift, so I pass it forward. The female shrugs dismissively. From whom? He asks, his attention fixed on the she-wolf, meaning he doesn't notice my blush at his gentlemanly gesture. Vol. What? What a twist! What? No way! Because Volgar would totally have the fashion sense to get us that. Oh man. Whew! She exhales heavily, now drawing my attention as well. He wasted all his money on it during his first visit to Strandbard. We were 16, I think? It was meant as part of his courtship. Oh. Never mind. I guess he was just being an idiot. Aw. That's kinda sweet. Oh. Oh, no. No. Now I realized, oh, that makes it so awkward. Oh, this is too good. Oh, no. Yes, I'm all good. If you know, you know. She winces uncomfortably, not really sharing my sentiment. Vol? Shit. He's not going to like this. In that case, he can wear it himself, because I am sure as the moonrise won't. Why ever not? Do I look like a female that prances around in silk dresses? She asks mockingly, and I wince through a smile. No, she's the type that could probably kill me, and that's what makes me attracted to her. No. Either way, I only kept it out of respect for his hard work. It's nice to see something good coming out of it. She ruffles my hair as a loud knocking resonates through the door. Oh boy, Vol's gonna be so embarrassed when he sees this. Oh boy. Oh boy. And speak of the devil. Damn my luck. Seems the perfect time for my egress was few moments ago. I don't suppose we could pretend we're not in.
We were supposed to eat together.
Ranok frowns. That was before I decided to get rid of this dress.
You think it's going to be that bad?
It's going to be a shit show. I hoped we could present Kaelin in that dress out in the open, or Vol couldn't make a scene. Fate accompli. What? I'm assuming that's foreign language? I don't know. I nod, trying to ease the tension. Yes? She stutters, looking at me in confusion. Whatever that means. Another, this time more impatient knock shakes the door. Vol just kicks the door open, I swear.
Ranok, I know you're in there.
Verissa extends her paw towards the gray wolf, halting him from answering. I watch as he walks past me, headed to the bedroom. Kaelin, be a darling and grab me some moonshine. I'll need more than ale to get through this spectacle. I nod and rush to the cupboard while Ranok looks to her expectantly by the door. Once she has the bottle in her paws, she recedes deeper into the adjacent room, moving completely out of sight. That's when Ranok finally lets Vol in, while I situate myself beside the hearth. Oh shit, here he is. The black wolf marches in impatiently, bearing a linen parcel in his paws.
Finally, what took you so long? Right. I have what you asked for. There's some jerky, smoked sausage, and cheese.
He pauses, placing the bundle down while his blood-red irises center on me. Oh no! Oh no, this is just gonna be too good. Oh boy. I can see them immediately shrink as he narrows his brows in anger. Oh boy.
What are you doing in that? Take it off!
His growl thunders across the kitchen and I wince. Verissa gave it. I stumble back as he rushes towards me with paws extended in a frightening fashion, fingers feathered out with claws ready to sink into my flesh. Oh no!
Take it off! Now!
I slump into the wall, running out of the room to retreat into. No! The wolf slams his paws on either of my sides, causing the cottage to shake as he effectively corners me. His snarling muzzle lowers to my face and I begin to shiver, noticing his every muscle tensed up in anticipation. Yes. I nod, my voice slightly cracking as my prey mentally kicks in at the sight of his jagged fangs so close to my throat. I can see his nostrils expand with each agitated huff of air and I close my eyes, almost as if wishing him away.
Vol!
Ranok finally steps in, trying to push him away as I struggle to get the dress off. When I grab the rim, accidentally prick myself on one of the needle, and jump up. Oof. Ugh.
Ah! I said take it off, or so help me!
He interrupts, hearing Ranok's own growl at his threat. This redirects Vol's attention to the other wolf, as he throws him an angered gaze.
I'm taking it back to her!
He's not taking it off! and I'm not taking it back. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The bedroom door opens and Verissa walks in with clear annoyance on her muzzle. She bangs the clay bottle on the table. She is gonna go for him. And squares off with the blackmail, almost looking ready for a fight. At first, Vol stumbles slightly, shocked that she's actually present, only to huff in annoyance and regard me with the same anger as before.
I said, take it off!
Her finger points to me commandingly, her finger points to me commandingly. Don't you dare! I swallow and simply stay still. What do I do? Ah! I spend my days in the den of vigil, tending to the sick and wounded. I cauterize cuts and mend open fractures, most of the time drenched in someone's blood. I don't have a need for a silk dress. She stands defiantly, looking at the mail with disdain I haven't seen yet from her.
I don't care what you do. You can make it into a floor rug if you wish. But that thing is not wearing.
Enough! The female growls, slamming her fist into the table, causing the tankards in the bottle to dance. Although very much feral, her growl is still surprisingly melodic. For crying out loud, we are not your betas to be ordered around, Vol! So, hold your tongue. My eyes are wide open as I have never heard her snarl so viciously before.
Ugh, you have both lost your fucking minds. Treating that thing like it's a person. Downright perverse. You yourself treated him with respect at the feast.
Ranok tightens his fist, slowly losing his own patience. Vol finally pulls away from me, throwing his massive paws around in annoyance.
That's because someone was causing that little bitch to wait for mommy's tit. Since neither of you were going to keep him pacified, I had to step in to avoid us all getting banished.
Are you quite finished, or should I come back later once your temper tantrum has worn off? She finally subdues her growl, looking at him, clearly waiting patience. I never wore it, nor I would ever. It's a good thing it has some use now.
You're even giving away the belt! It's a sapphire set in pure gold!
He spits out. He has to tie up his waist somehow.
A piece of rope would suffice.
Vol, don't be ridiculous. This is pure silk.
Yes, your silk. I'll pay you back for this.
Ranok tries to place a paw on his friend's shoulder, but Vol brushes it off.
You're insane! This is worth a royal ransom! Does it matter? You would squander such fortune on a fucking pig in a dress?
Now it's Ranok who snarls, struggling to not bare his fangs at his friend.
I'd gladly pay any money to make my friend happy and comfortable. Wouldn't you?
That question causes Vol to pause, his wild red eyes darting between us.
That thing's a friend now. Yes, he is.
Another subdued growl resonated deep in Ranok's chest, and it's clear he's slowly losing patience. Vol huffs like a locomotive, making my heart race, as I'm convinced they're going to fight once again. But eventually, he simply sighs through a soft growl.
I don't want your fucking money. It was a gift for her.
He waves his paw between me and Verissa.
If she wants to throw it away on a moon-damn pig.
Vol, that is enough! You're hurting him!
I haven't touched that little imp.
That's a lie. He snarls at her reprimand, seemingly set off once again.
You're the one cradling it with Ranok like a pair of dead mothers.
Although I expected another spat to erupt, she simply looks at him dumbfounded, only to sigh in resignation and shake her head. Unbelievable, she mutters, approaching the doors. Why do I think you can ever change? You are a damned animal, Vol. To lash out at him like that?
I haven't laid a single claw on him.
Sometimes words cut just as deep, if not deeper.
Wait. Where are you going?
Anywhere where I don't have to look at his snarling muzzle. She opens the doors, while Ranok points to the half-undone dress.
But the...
Don't worry, I'll come back to finish it later. Once he's not around. She nods towards the blackmail.
What about the breakfast?
Enjoy. I've lost my appetite. As she closes the doors behind her, an awkward silence falls over the room. I just stand there, huddled to my corner, really afraid to move, while Ranok gives Vol a hurtful and patronizing gaze.
What? What did I do?
This is the vulgar equivalent of,
why are you booing me? I'm right. Good job, brother. As always, you know how to push everyone away.
I try not to look directly at the Black Wolf, but I noticed Ranok walk past him towards the doors. He opens them and looks sternly at his friend.
You're kicking me out? I want to eat our meal in peace. And I need to think. You kind of fucked up my plan a little.
Ranok huffs in annoyance.
Your plan? I was going to ask Verissa to take care of Kaelin while I'm away.
Vol's red irises drill into me and I divert my gaze. As I divert my gaze into checking off a notification I forgot to check off earlier. Vol's red irises drill into me and I divert my gaze. I feel like a kid who just witnessed a massive fight between his parents. I really don't know what to do.
Let me take care of it. What?
Ranok scoffs, resounding my own surprise and closing the doors.
I can look after the piglet. After the stunt you just pulled, you must be joking. I didn't hurt him, nor would I. I'd much rather have Verissa do it.
Yeah, so would I actually. And just like that, I remembered her earlier offer. Verissa said I could move in with her. I mutter, my voice still faint and low.
It's not that simple.
The gray wolf frowns.
I'm glad she offered to accommodate you, but I'm sure she meant it as a last resort.
Why?
You can't just move in with someone else. You are my ward.
Ranok looks at me apologetically.
Only way to change accommodation would be if he dismissed you, or if his father would transfer you to another wolf. Former would leave a blemish on you. The latter would leave a blemish on me. Neither an optimal outcome in our current situation.
A blemish?
A dismissed ward is proven inadequate, which very much affects their standing. While a wolf that had their ward taken away from them is proven incapable and irresponsible.
Another reason why Trist is so pissed then. He was dismissed without a valid reason and now has to live with the consequences. Whatever they are.
You'll have to deal with some alone time, kid.
He still needs someone around. Ranok insists, to which Vol just shrugs.
I'll look in on him from time to time. He needs more than a looking in on, Vol. Kaelin is in a fragile state. Ha! As opposed to what? His sturdy one?
The black wolf scoffs mockingly.
See, this is exactly why I know that's a bad idea. Oh, for fuck's sake, Ranok. Since the humans showed up, you can't even handle the damn tease. Because this isn't a joke.
He states sternly, his eyes betraying he's no longer entertaining his friend's provocations.
Kaelin is not to be dicked around. He suffered immense trauma, goes through moon knows what levels of stress while being cooped up in here on top of the amnesia he has to contend with. Being left alone with his thoughts is the last thing he needs. What's required here is a companion, not a bully.
The gray wolf huffs in annoyance. Vol just stands there, thinking for a moment while his gaze darts between me and Ranok. Eventually, he sighs heavily.
Very well. I'll take him under my wing. He won't be left alone for a moment. What?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Ranok seems completely shocked by the suggestion while I'm trying to figure out what it actually means.
You would really do that? Yes, really.
He responds mockingly.
I want to prove to Melissa that I'm not a dumb brute. So that's what it's about.
Oh, Volg is gonna try and show that he's all caring and stuff to Marissa just to win her over. Oh, this is gonna be almost comedic in just how bad it's gonna turn out. Oh boy. Yes, big no-no, exactly. Yes, mixed feelings indeed. The wolf looks to Vol with disappointment.
I knew it. You didn't give two shits about. Exactly. I don't.
Vol interrupts him through a soft growl.
The human is your obsession, not mine. All I care about is you and her. You and her, so you can trust me when I say I won't fuck it up. Sorry if I find it hard to believe at the moment. You nearly tackled him over a damn dress. I gave it to her.
This time his growl is not as subtle. I could see Vol's fur bristle and barely contain anger.
All those years, she never wore it. Not once. Saying her throwing it away was almost as if she spat in my muzzle. How would you feel if Cora treated you like this?
Oh boy, we just got the name called back. Name reference. Woo! Oh boy. Was that the tart? What was that, the tart or whatever? Was that the girl that was with Ranok most of the time last night? I don't know. Whatever. The wolf seems to be caught off guard by the question, as if it came out of nowhere. Who's Cora anyway? I'm so confused, especially seeing Ranok completely stumped.
You wouldn't know, would you? Because you always get what you want. Every female and defective male this side of town want a piece of the dream, Wolf.
Vol scoffs mockingly, looking at Ranok's growing discomfort. As he looks at the camera, this would literally be a fourth wall break if this was like a movie or something. He would literally just look at the camera and just be like, Ranok is staring into my soul, and I do not like that. I'm not sure if I like it now. I have mixed feelings.
Say, considering the circumstances, I think I kept my composure well enough. Besides, I made a promise.
He reiterates, tugging at his moonstone. Aww.
Or does that really mean fuck all to you, and you think I would maul him just because I got slightly annoyed?
I would be a bit scared.
Of course not.
I might doubt that.
But I really believe Verissa is better suited for this. Verissa has enough shit to deal with without you smearing yours all over her.
Vol huffs dismissively, walking towards the table and taking a seat.
She needs to keep her distance from this whole mess, especially now with the elders agitated as is. I don't like this.
Ranok mutters and also pulls up a chair, bidding me to do the same. I guess the emotions simmered down to the point where I don't need to act like a deer standing in the headlights.
Getting some work done will be good for him.
Oh boy, he's gonna put us to work. Oh no. We're gonna have to do work. Vol nods towards me as I take my seat. Maybe that might help, because doing physical exercise, chores, that might help get the mind running and getting the blood flowing. It's helped me when I've biked to like my campus town or to the beach. I'm telling you, exercise and chores can help. Moving around helps. But yeah, Vol nods towards me as I take a seat.
He'll learn a skill and start chipping away at his. No.
The gray wolf cuts off, giving him a knowing gaze.
Not now.
I blink, not keen on being left out. Chipping away at my what?
It doesn't matter.
Ranok tries to dismiss me, causing Vol to raise his brow.
He's talking out of his ass. He wants you to slap his ass.
No, I'm kidding. Don't quote me on that.
He's talking out of his ass. I'm talking out of my...
Vol sneers, narrowing his eyes.
You didn't even tell him, did you? Wow. And I'm the asshole. Vol.
The gray wolf sounds almost pleading, but the black male seems to have none of it.
What are you doing, you idiot? He's not a toy, nor your pet to kill time with. Tell him the fucking truth as he deserves to hear it.
What truth? I finally pitch in, staring at them with growing annoyance. Vol just gives a look to Ranok, who winces uncomfortably. As the silence protracts, I just gawk at him until he sighs.
I want to wait for a better moment.
A better moment?
He means he hoped you could weasel out of the deal.
The black wolf explains mockingly, seeing Ranok's hesitation.
Well, it ain't going to happen. Not the elders, not even his father would ever forego your obligations. That's just not how things work.
He gives Ranok a patronizing gaze. My obligations? Again, the wolf sighs heavily, clearly uncomfortable with the conversation.
Any otherkin who stays with us incurs a debt.
I thought you don't allow otherkin into the forest.
We don't.
Vol nods.
But there are those who are born in Tiernon.
The Sylvan folk? I conclude.
Yes. We allow them to live in our territory, and in turn they have to provide tribute.
He explains casually, looking over a mug of ale. A tribute?
Coin, raw materials, but usually it's foodstuffs. As you can see, we don't grow much here.
At first I try to think of it as taxes, but the more I think about it, the more I realize it's much, much worse than that. Oh no! Capitalism! Every capitalism hot take ever. Oh no. I feel slightly uncomfortable with the idea of those wolves living in what pretty much amounts to an extortion. Oh man.
When the Sylvan folk cannot pay their tribute, they have to provide us with wards as a sort of retainer.
Hostages? I state bluntly, this conversation has taken quite a turn.
Your word, not mine.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You're both being overdramatic.
Vol scoffs at us.
They simply have to repay the debt their people incurred by not fulfilling the tributary obligations.
You mean all those bunnies here are indentured servants?
Well, it's a bit crude of a way to put it.
What other way would you put it? I snap, causing Ranok to wince.
It's better than it sounds.
Okay, how is it better?
At least one step above slavery better, I suppose.
Mentions capitalism for the second time. Nudge, nudge. The black wolf rolls his eyes, downing his mug of ale. So what? You own me?
More like, You owe the tribe for saving your life. I'm just going to make sure you work it off.
I didn't ask for any of this!
You still live with us. You are being sheltered and fed.
Oh my god. I slap my forehead in annoyance. God, this sounds like when I'm living back at my parents' place. Just because I was born and existed doesn't mean I have to follow the same religion as you. Anyway. How did I not see this coming?
In your defense, Ranok is a professional muddler. He loves dancing around the truth. Not helpful.
Ranok throws him a stern gaze. Vol seems to be enjoying this little spat, but I'm not in the mood for teasing.
I think it is. I mean, you did tell him you want to take him back home. How are you going to do that if he won't start pulling his share?
I listen carefully, watching their respective expressions. What do you mean? I ask, even though I fear I know the answer.
His memory hasn't even come back yet.
The Grey Wolf protests.
Even if it would at this very moment, he won't be allowed to leave. Not until he pays off his due.
My due? I was dying! I almost shout out, barely containing my growing frustration. It's like the U.S. Health Service. Oh god, they said it! Ah! They'll bleed you dry while trying to save you! Oh man. I literally had like a moment like this when I was like having like, I wasn't sure if I was having alcohol poisoning, but I was too scared to ever contact the ER or go to any emergency services because I'm like, I'm nervous about how much I'll get charged or my insurance and all that. And so I didn't call anybody and had the most panicked day of my life. Or night, I'd say. But yeah. The U.S. Health Service. Great stuff. A privilege to some, and you should work for it at the sake of, you know, not everybody can have as a right. It's like, you know, it's just saying you don't deserve to live unless you make enough wages. Meanwhile, everybody else is kind of a low-end servant by having to work enough just to be able to afford just general living and surviving with food and stuff. It's like, ah, God, I could get into a whole political dispute here, but that is not my channel. I mentioned a bunch of stuff like that on my Twitter if you want to really see my political takes. Well, I mean, of course, it's better than actually being a full-on war. It doesn't make the U.S. system much better than any other countries. Moving on.
We're in a highly meritocratic society. Nothing is handed out here.
Not saying it.
I had hoped we'd avoid this conversation altogether if you released it on your own.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize earlier that I was being enslaved. Oh, how silly of me. I roll my eyes in disbelief. He'd pinned this on me.
That's not what I meant. I'll just wanted to give it time.
He looks angrily to Vol.
But someone had to push it. Don't look at me. I saw the collar. Better to rip the bandage off.
Vol shrugs, and a short moment of silence falls over the room. I'm buried in my thoughts, unable to believe how duped I was by this whole setup. As angry as I want to be, I have to admit there were a lot of signs all pointing in this direction. But I just had faith that my worst predictions aren't true.
You okay?
I would say I'm livid, but I'm actually too stunned for that. I mutter, not even regarding him. As the silence continues, I notice Ranok's impatience grow. Eventually, he just snaps and bangs his paws on the table.
Can you just go?
He throws Vol an angry stare.
You keep making everything worse. Worse? You are such a fucking hypocrite.
The black male scoffs through a sneer.
You both shit on me for being blunt, while you two are simple lying cunts. What are you on about?
My eyes dart between the growling muzzles. Or growling muzzles, sorry.
Do you think Marissa gives a flying fuck about this human whelp?
He asks mockingly.
She only entertains this charade because if she pulls it off, she'll secure her position as a shaman forever after. And don't get me started on you, you self-righteous asshole. All you really need is for this human to prove to everyone what a perfect little chief you would make. How the ancestors themselves anointed you on your master plan. Change.
Vol huffs, rolling his eyes.
You wouldn't know change if it hit you in your muzzle. Vol.
Ranok's expression twists into a snarl as his entire body tenses.
Please, at least I have the decency to not manipulate that gullible idiot like you do.
My heart begins to race, but it's not fear this time. This time, it's annoyance. That yet again I'm being caught between their stupid spats. And as much as Vol makes some valid points, he's the last one to speak. You did manipulate me! I shout at him, causing them to both gaze at me in surprise. At the feast! I thought! I try to be calm, but my emotions whirl in the wrong direction and my eyes gloss. I thought you liked me! I thought we were becoming friends! Ranok's softened expression proves that my hurt is clearly painted over my face, but Vol is not receptive to it. Instead, he gives me a nasty look. One of those he hasn't given me since the day he stabbed me.
Friends. What do you think this is, a dentail? I barely know you, kid. All I did was keep you from fucking us over with your spiraling emotions. Seriously, are you that desperate for attention and approval?
He sneers, and I've had enough. I stand up and bang the table, looking at him angrily through the tears. In case you forgot, I don't have my fucking memory! No family or friends to speak of! I don't have anyone! It's just me! And nothing else! So, yes! Forgive me if I seek friends wherever I can! As I stand there, with my rattled breath half expecting Vol to lash out again, I'm met with something unexpected. A stunned expression. Vol sits still, trying hardest to look unmoved, but it's quite evident that my little rant made him quite uncomfortable.
Huh. Who's a fucking hypocrite now?
Ranok looks to him with begrudging satisfaction. I have half a mind to tell him off, But I'm done with this shit show. I just slump back into my seat, crossing my arms and looking towards the window. My window's actually right there, so perfect. Bacon, eggs, and toast. A wolf lover. I'm such a moron, thinking I'm in some fairy tale B&B. I scoff at the dumb analogy. Even in a B&B, you have to pay for the bill at the end.
Ugh, I need a drink.
Vol finally breaks the silence, sinking deeper into his seat and causing the chair to squeak. Ranok pushes a tankard towards his friend, not saying anything, but Vol brushes it aside.
Not that weak piss. I need something stronger for this headache.
The black wolf scoffs and reaches for the clay bottle. Again, he removes the cork with a satisfying pop and takes a long, deep series of gulps, most likely downing half the contents in one go. He then sits back heavily, rubbing his muzzle and placing the bottle on the table.
The piglet has to stay here. You know I'm right.
He mutters, looking to Ranok with a serious expression. The Grey Wolf sits there troubled, eventually turning to face me with a risen brow, as if to gauge my opinion. Okay, don't look at me. You own me, remember? I respond snarkily. I don't have a choice in the matter.
Kaelin.
The wolf mutters apologetically. Don't Kaelin me! Not only do I have to wear the collar, but now I also have to do forced labor!
Those are just details.
Pretty fucking important details, if you ask me. Which you didn't. I mean, why would you? People don't ask their furniture for an opinion.
Here.
I'm gonna fucking chug this! Vol slides the bottle towards me and I simply sigh. Fuck it. I am so angry at this point that I might as well just take a deep swig.
That's why I made you my attendant. This way, I could say you're doing your job, while you don't have to lift a finger. Trist never really had to do any work around here. And you think nobody noticed?
Vol scoffs, reaching back for a bottle.
Look how much good that did to him. His dad is nowhere near paid. Again, could you just... Oh yes, sorry. Wouldn't want to upset the furniture.
He winks at me, and I cannot help but smile at the remark. I take a deep breath and sigh heavily. This is fucking ridiculous. I woke up in this damned house, got choked near to death by a massive wolf, then stabbed by that said wolf, only to learn that I'm now a slave!
A ward?
A slave! I insist, giving him a stare that would leave no doubt that I'm going to pay semantics. A slave who now owes the tribe for not being murdered on sight! And all this within a week!
A hell of a week.
Vol raises the bottle to take a long swing for the faint toast. In a faint toast, sorry. Vol just really said, cheers, I'm gonna drink to that, to this moment. That's Vol drinking to that. Okay, what's next?
Well, there's always the possibility we'll get found out and we'll be imprisoned and hanged.
Perfect. I shake my head.
Give me that!
Everybody's gonna get mad drunk. Oh my goodness. Ranok snaps, pulling the bottle from Vol's paws and downing a thirsty gulp.
Anyway, I'll take care of the piglet. If he's with me, Tana will stay the fuck away. Yeah, he's one of my worries.
I can handle myself. I cut off, seeing Vol giving a rather mocking gaze, obviously hinting at my conduct at the feast. I know I messed up, but I have a better bearing now. But I have a better bearing now. Now they both give me doubtful looks. Look, had Ranok not... The gray wolf's eyes widen in fear, and I realize I cannot actually explain our little jealousy game.
Had Ranok not what?
Well, you know... I mumbled, trying to backpedal. You said it yourself. You can act like a fool. Oh god, what'd I do that for?
Yeah, him ditching you alone with Tano to fondle some tits was a classic move. I didn't ditch him to.
Now I flash my eyes at Ranok so he plays along.
God, it wasn't like that. No, would it have been harder to bounce her up and down with little piglet at your side? She threw herself on me. Yes, and you put up a valiant fight.
I try hard not to be snoopy, but I cannot help it. The she-wolf made me incredibly jealous. More so than I have the right to be. But still, I have to know. Is that a common occurrence?
With Ranok? Oh, yes.
Vol almost sounds annoyed.
Every female in this village just swoons over the fucker. Honestly, I don't know what they say in him.
I do. I've been swooning over him since day one. Haven't we all? It's that smile. His damn cocky smile. It's like that one meme where the girl's like, that smile. That damn smile of his. And it's just like, people meme it so that's like just random people smiling that fit the meme. Ranok would fit that meme perfectly. It's like, then I saw him. And that damn smile. His damn cocky smile. I hope he doesn't abuse this. Again, perhaps too sneaky a jab. But I want to know if all this attention doesn't get to his head. You're evil, Kaelin. You're evil.
Huh. If half the tribe had what he has, there'd be pups running all around the place.
I close my eyes and sigh discreetly. Good boy.
Could we change the subject? This is getting slightly awkward.
The wolf looks away, clearly unsettled by our little exchange.
Sure.
Vol shrugs. Guess I'll die.
How about you explain to me why the fuck you're leaving all of us? How about you explain to me why the fuck you're leaving all of a sudden? Your father exempt you from any task that would leave the piglet unattended.
You mean without someone to attend to? He flashes his brows at me in amusement, causing Ranok to sigh.
Someone has to find out what happened with Regara and Delron. It's been way too long. Tano could have taken care of that, and it would get him out of the village. Which is why he would never volunteer for this, and my father doesn't see any urgency to actually order a search party. Suppose that I do it instead.
Why don't we just have Volgor do it? He would be the perfect fit for it. He's tough. He's a badass. He can kill whatever needs to be in his way just so he can save them. Let Volgor do it. You morons. Anyway, Vol muses, shaking the bottle to gauge the remaining levels of booze.
Hold on, I need to finish this off to make a wise decision.
Chug, 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 chug. He takes a sip and then pushes the bottle towards me.
Should have asked me then. I would have gone.
Cue the... What was it? Cue the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Oh, Ranok, you moron. Our sweet, lovable moron. Well, maybe a little bit less lovable after our contract we have with him.
You won a week's rest. What sort of leader would force a friend to forego his leave?
Oh, forgot about that. I'm stupid. Sorry, excuse my stupidity. I tilt my head in agreement as I take the final gulp of the moonshine. Damn, Vol nearly demolished it on his own. He could probably just take my rum bottle right now and just chug it right now and not give a damn. And he'd still call me pathetic. Anyway.
I smell bullshit. Where was this urgency and concern a day ago? You're not telling me something.
He drills his gaze into each of us, darting it back and forth expectantly. I dearly hope he doesn't suspect anything. Fuck. I don't think it would be a good idea to unpack that little morsel right now. Ranok shares my troubled expression, and I wonder if he has a plan to dodge this bullet. Matrix style.
You are right.
He nods awkwardly.
There is another reason. I got blinded by the human. I got so focused on the idea of him being my path that I neglected what truly matters. My duty. So, I tried to fix that.
I look at him in disbelief. I might know this wolf just 7 days, but even I'm not that dumb to buy this pathetic excuse. This sounds like a reader watching him being like, I ain't picking any of his bullshit. I ain't taking any Ranok's bullshit. We know. It's like, oh, he knows already.
As much as I'm glad to hear you're finally coming to your senses, I know it's all shit. I'd say it's far more likely that you just need some time apart.
My heart skips a beat as my eyes widen in shock. Ranok's also extremely troubled, and I begin to wonder if we had just been found out.
What? You think I'm stupid?
Yes. I'm kidding. Don't kill me, Volgor stands. 3 people just left because of that. I can't tolerate them. He looks to me with a smirk and I swallow heavily. I would hope you'd be at least a little bit. Yes.
With the amount of wool he pulled over your head, I bet you two are bickering like 2 old mates.
Vol nods to Ranok, laughing it off.
This right here being the prime example.
He stretches his arms behind his back in satisfaction, and I barely contain a sigh. Yeah, I am quite annoyed. Not gonna lie. I smile awkwardly.
Say, at least the piglet's being honest. Okay. You got us.
Ranok chuckles.
We start to get on each other's nerves a little bit. Ha! I knew it!
Vol bangs the table in context and nearly breaks it. I can imagine Vol nearly breaking any table he slams. He that strong.
That path of yours turned out to be a thornbush trail, eh?
Aw, so endearing. He elbows Ranok mockingly and we just exchange relieved gazes. Thank God.
Right. We better get going. Your father hates when we're late for the meetings.
A meeting?
Yes. Before any pack leaves, the elders come to give us their guidance.
The elders. Don't die, my sons. Vol rolls his eyes in annoyance, and I immediately pick on his train of thought. Nothing like a bunch of old pillage. Nothing like a bunch of old people telling you how to do a thing completely unrelated to their actual circumstance. Laughs about my college experience. Well, not the teachers I've had, but I mean just doing college and that in general. Boy. I simply shrug and stand up. Guys, I must do it. The story told me to.
No, you cannot come.
But
no piggies allowed.
I throw Ranok a worried gaze. I won't let him leave without a proper goodbye. What does this mean? The gray wolf nods to me, immediately understanding my distress. Come on, give him a bro hug.
Could you go ahead? I'll catch up to you.
Oh, he's gonna probably peek through the window and see us, like, making out. Here we go.
Huh?
Vol raises his brow in slight suspicion, but Ranok doesn't seem to care.
I just want a moment alone with him. Why?
Ranok just stands there, looking at his friend tellingly. I'm not sure if he doesn't respond because he doesn't want to tell him, or can't tell him the truth, but eventually, Vol takes the hint.
Ugh, if you're going to get soppy here, then yes. I better leave. It's called positive reinforcement. It's called being a moon-damn dead mother.
The blackmail scoffs and throws me a rather unsettling gaze.
By the time you're back, I'll toughen up that little wimp. Please don't.
We come back, it's like a week later, we're just like trying to kick Ranok's ass. It's like, fight me, Ranok! You're no balls, fight me! Oh, man. Ranok mutters, watching Vol open the door. Yeah, I'd rather he didn't either. So far, Vol's methods end up with me roughed up, rather than toughened up. Very smooth dialect. Oh, I went backwards. I don't know how I did that, but cool.
I'll come and look on you later. I'll come and look in on you later.
The black wolf scoffs and closes the door behind him. Silence falls over the room as we just stand there, rather uncertain what to do or say. Ranok didn't even turn to face me. God! His gaze still locked on the door. God, you didn't look at me! He didn't notice me! It almost seems as if he was reconsidering this whole idea to leave. Suppose he came up with it. Suppose in theory, doing like a Ben Shapiro. Suppose hypothetically that we don't go to the search party. Suppose he came up with it where the emotions were high and now regrets it without means to back out. That perhaps would have been the case with me. But no. When he finally sighs and turns to face me, I see his typical confident smile. Despite acting like a pup at times, he does have his life figured out. So, I guess this is goodbye.
Goodbye?
He blinks for a moment, but quickly smiles again.
More like, see you later.
You know what I mean. I mumble, fiddling with the edge of my shawl. Although I agree with the whole idea on paper, it only now dawns on me that I actually won't see him for a few days. He won't come back. No. I'm not even entertaining that idea.
You okay?
He tilts his head into my field of vision. I cut off. Not really sure if it's even fair to say it. But I think we both should follow the newly established policy of honesty between us. I'll miss you. I try to hold back my emotions. What is wrong with me?
Despite learning you're now part of the furniture.
He raises his brow teasingly and I chuckle. Yes. Despite that. I'll miss you loads. As silly as it sounds. I rub away a stray tear. He can annoy me so much at times. But all of it is a circumstance. Of circumstance, I guess. I slowly begin to see that. He's struggling to find his bearing on this messed up situation as much as I am.
I'll miss you too.
Aww, don't make me have the feels! He snickers, ruffling my hair in teasing fashion.
But that only gives you more reason to come back as fast as possible.
Yeah. I tried to smile back.
Don't worry. I'm sure Vol will be a handful. I'm afraid you'll have to look out for him as much as he will be looking out for you.
Without a doubt. I scoff through a laugh. I'm really proud that I managed to keep the waterworks down.
Just be careful while I'm gone, okay?
I nod, picking up the dandelion and booping him on the nose with it. Oh, so cute. This time, I won't lose it.
I'll hold you to it. Or I'll hold you to it.
The wolf smiles as I rush to grab a spare cup. I fill it with water from the jug, intent on placing the flower in it.
If you'll crush the end, it will absorb water better.
Oh? The more you know. I look to him with confusion as he extends his paw towards me.
Here.
I pass him the dandelion and he places it back onto the table. He unsheathes his smaller sword, using its pommel to crush the stem's edge. It causes it to split into many tiny fibers, and I smile with amusement. He has so much to teach me. He places the flower into the cup, which I still hold in my hands.
Should last a week without a problem.
I smile, putting down the cup on the table and looking at him. Oh, I forgot to say that. Looking at him with slight embarrassment. Is it okay if I hug you before you leave?
I wouldn't have it any other way.
The wolf smiles, his tail swinging from side to side in obvious joy. Before I can even open my arms, his paw swoops behind me and he pulls me deep into his chest. My head sinks into his neck floof, and now take deep inhales of his scent, almost as if wanting to imprint it into my memory. His embrace is equally as desperate, as for the first time, he uses his actual strength to keep me close. I can feel his muzzle and cheeks rub up against the top of my head, as the wolf nuzzles into my hair. I feel safe, warm, and cherished in his arms. But, like any good thing, this hug comes to a faster end than I'd like it to, as Ranok pulls away from me. He looks troubled, evidently struggling to maintain his mask. You'll be fine. I try to sound encouraging, and he looks at me with surprise.
Me?
He laughs.
You always worry about the others, don't you? I'll be fine as long as you promise you will stay vigilant.
I will. I nod with a confident smile. I'll prove to you that I don't need a babysitter. I'm imagining that in like a cheesy way. Like, I don't need a babysitter. Whew. Anyway, I'll prove to you that I don't need a babysitter.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
The wolf approaches the doors and pulls the handle. The light of the outside world floods the kitchen as he opens them ajar.
I know you'll make me proud.
I nod and simply watch as he steps out. I nod and simply watch as he steps out, with the light slowly receding as wow, I can't read. You guys come to watch me read, I can't read. I nod and simply watch as he steps out, with the light slowly receding as he shuts the door behind him. I'm alone once again. The unsettling feeling creeps slowly into my stomach, but I won't let myself be tortured. With the free time on my hands, I'm going to look through the books again, but first, I need some breakfast. Okay, I'm going to quickly pause here. We're going to have a break at 4 hours and 7 minutes. And yeah. I think this is a good place to take a quick little break. And somebody just asked like which chapter this is. This is chapter 5. Or well, 4.3, I guess, in terms of the update name. I'm not exactly sure, but it is like the 5th installment, I guess, of it. So I guess you can kind of count it as like day 5 or chapter 5. I don't know. Yeah, somebody says that I have about 30 minutes left. So yeah, I'm not going to finish here. I will finish it. I'll finish this tonight, but I just wanted to take a little break just to recoup on some water, give you guys some time to take a bathroom break if needed, because I did that earlier, so luckily I don't need to now. Plus, need to make sure my voice is fresh, because, oh man, those vulgar lines will kill me. Even when I do the voice like properly, that doesn't hurt me too much. It's still like a very guttural, grungy voice that you really have to stretch yourself for. And you try and do it so that you can get your diaphragm to push it so you're not just using your throat or your head. But yeah, tough stuff. What did I miss from the comments? So once again, 3 to 5 minute-ish break. Hope you guys can rejoin. Oh god, everybody's like, was it exodusing, whatever the phrase is. But yeah, take that break while you need to. What's the other option for the moon pool? Don't know. This is my first playthrough of it. Like, that's what I do on my channel. These are like my first reactionary kind of playthroughs and readings. So it's like, I do them live and kind of give my kind of commentary and reaction off the cuff with it. So I'm not making any like officially like researched opinions on this when I do this. But it's like, you know, it's kind of like a first thoughts type of video when I do these. So these are like my first thoughts. But yeah. Yes, he is beyond this world. Great pun. Love it. Very nice pun. But yeah. Yeah, we're pretty close to being done. Sometimes it's like, you know, it's like we just want to double check it in the script itself, which I don't like look at any of the other lines. I just type the line that I see there and just see how far in terms of the scroll bar it is to be like, oh, we're like 80% of the way done, or 90 or whatever, or 50. So I just like doing that just to help me in case it's something that I have to be like, oh, make it a two-parter. But luckily with this, I'm doing just fine. And I really wanted to get this done in like one night because this story's been very, like, it's been flowing very well. Like, I feel like it would be kind of, like, I could have cut it off somewhere else if I wanted to make it a two-parter, but we're too deep into the story, boys. But yes, Light is here, so he's been with us for a while now, so great to see him here. Didn't say hi to him as usual at the beginning of the video, but yes. It's always great to see Light, and yeah. Just seeing him chat, it's just always so nice and wholesome. He has his channel where he does this with no commentary or talking in between, just the reading straight through it. And so, yeah. He also does this in other novels, too. So, yeah. He's also a great YouTuber. Check him out! But, yeah. We're going to start in less than a minute. 4 hours and 12 minutes. We're going to start again. I can't spell. And probably after this, I might just do like a little brief check-in on the March Madness standings. Like, those standings are going to help seed the candidates and see which ones actually make the bracket. For the girls, like the best girl category, all of them are going to make it because there's like not too many of them. But for the guys, it's who's going to be in the top 64. And within that, how are they going to be ranked? So, looking forward to doing that after this video at the kind of conclusion end of the video. But yeah, we're going to get through the rest of the update first, and yeah, jam out about that afterwards. And once again, the polls for that are in the description. So 3, 2, 1, we are back on track. Let's continue. I unfold the parcel to reveal a selection of meats and cheeses and fetch myself a fresh bun. It's sad that our joint breakfast didn't come to pass. But it's more the reason to not allow this food to go to waste. I simply dig in, enjoying my meal in peace and quiet. Watch it end right here. Oh my god, that would have been so funny. Anyway, with everyone gone, the day drags on mercilessly. And yeah, goodbye to anybody who's like leaving now for bed or whatever reason. So bye, Crimson. With everyone gone, including the people who just left the chat, the day drags on mercilessly. I've spent a few hours just sitting here and mulling over everything that happened. The feast, the dance, the kiss. As much as I want to agree that this space will be good for us, I can't help but crave just to bury myself into my wolf. My wolf. God, I'm so clingy. Oh, man. I laugh it off, shaking my head. Only now I notice that I'm fiddling with my collar. The damn thing. I try to hate it, but it also feels oddly satisfying, as if Ranok claimed me as his own. I mean, it is the case to a degree. Perhaps not exactly in the fashion of me calling him mine, but similar possessiveness. It's flattering, I guess, in a messed up sort of way. Which is fitting my current circumstance. As the morning stretches into an afternoon, I think about means of killing some time. I remember the chief asking me if I came from Freyfall. There was a book around here mentioning that name. I've stumbled upon it when I was cleaning. I decide to retrieve it, as learning what it actually means to be a human in this world would come in handy. I find the tome in my bedroom, or the bedroom, sorry. It's my wolf in my bedroom. I find the tome in the bedroom, lying on the windowsill. Brief History of Freyfall. I placed the book on the bed and fetched myself a cup of ale, knowing full well it would be a laborsome read. I sit myself comfortably on the mattress, my back resting on the headboard, and I simply flip the cover. The opening is a grueling task to get through, again filled with names and dates that mean very little to me. However, the one thing that sticks out is the namesake herself, Frey. Apparently, she was a sorceress of great power back in the Age of Men. From context, I assume humans once ruled over this world. Could be. Although, the book so far doesn't state what exactly caused the situation to change. Frey was part of what the book refers to as Pantheon, a group of exceptionally gifted individuals who guided early humans. It seems this book is a part of a series, as it often refers to another title called Twilight of Men, which apparently deals with the breaking of the pantheons. Oh, it's a Nordic goddess. Thanks, Mark, for giving me all these helpful tips and tricks on this info. I am not a history buff myself, but it's always fun to hear. Freya, Nordic goddess. That's what Matt was saying. Or Mark. Sorry, it's Mark. Anyway, it would seem Frey's clique wasn't the only one overseeing the development of mankind. Different pantheons looked after their own tribes, often competing with one another. I cannot help but feel like all of this is vaguely familiar. Anyway, Frey had her last stand in the lands east of here, where she fell defeated by the aspects. Whatever that means. Ever since, the area was forever known as Freyfall. That's a great... Frey died. It's like, this is the place where Frey died. Freyfall. Must be great to know that's where you died. To commemorate the valiant defiant. Ever since the area was forever known as Freyfall, to commemorate the valiant defiance of the sorceress and her attempts to save mankind from targeted genocide. Thanks to her noble sacrifice, the aspects weren't able to wipe out all of humanity and were forced to retreat into hiding. From the ashes of their once mighty empires, the remaining humans formed what is called successor kingdoms. Petty realms which forever all after struggled to survive against the tide of the beast folk. I shut the book in confusion. This leaves more questions than gives me answers. And I don't think I like to learn that I'm an extinct species. It just doesn't feel right. Vague familiarity aside, This now reads like a poorly written fiction. However, since I'm here, I cannot help myself but to feel unsettled by this information. Am I really from this world? Am I a part of a dying race? The bigger question is, why would the aspects, whoever they are, want to wipe out humanity to begin with? Sure, we have some issues. We do. But these wolves don't seem to be saints either. If there are some supervising beings looking over this world, I think 1 verbal and 2 written ones would be a better policy rather than skipping straight to a global scale genocide. As I'm about to reopen the book again, I hear a knocking on the outer door and assume it's full. It's been a while, so this means Ranok has most likely left already. When I open the doors, I am greeted with Verissa instead. I was nervous it was gonna be Tano or something like that. He's gonna be like, Katya! Oh man, that would have killed me. But yes, I am greeted with Verissa instead. Oh. You're back. You almost sound disappointed. She chuckles, pushing past me. I promised Ranok I'd get the dress done. So here I am. The female points to the chair and unpacks from her pouch a white thread with a spinning needle embedded into the spool. Get up. I need to readjust the height after Vol manhandled you. He hardly touched me. I smile awkwardly as I walk onto the chair. Kind of you to say, but that's besides the point. Verissa picks up a few pins and secures them between her lips. She tugs at the fabric, making sure that it aligns properly again. When she's happy with the new edge, she simply fastens the dress bit by bit. I let her work without interruption, until eventually she is done. Right. Take it off. But gently. We don't want it to get crooked. I nod and proceed with caution. Once the dress is in her possession, she simply unfolds it in her paws and seats herself comfortably at the table. I watch as she strings the thread through the needle. Slowly getting down to sewing. How was the spectacle then? She muses as she pulls the needle through the fabric. Not that bad, actually. I mutter uncomfortably. She sounds unconvinced, but I really don't want to add to her misgivings about Vol. True, he might be a bit short-fused, but I'm sure he has his reasons for it. And so far, it seems that scolding him for it doesn't yield any desirable results. He's not that bad. Just grumpy. Oh, she laughs sarcastically, her paws going up and down, with the thread dancing merrily in the air in long waves. Oh, that's one way of putting it. Vol's very much a powder keg. A slightest spark can set him off in the most spectacular of ways. I frown, really saddened to hear that. Was he always that way? Oh, yes. Vol was pretty much enraged ever since he was a pup. I've gotten quite immune to his tantrums. For your sake, I hope you will too. He won't harm me, I say with the utmost confidence. After all, he did swear on the moonstone, and so far, I have no reason to doubt him. Maybe. But anxiety caused by his rampages isn't exactly healthy either. I could sense your heart from the other room. He had you in a proper state. She gives me a concerned look, and I have to concede. He is stressing me out a lot. Somebody quickly asked if March Madness has closed yet. Closes on March 3rd, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Continuing with the reading. I honestly wonder how he does it. The female sighs, returning to her task. Huh? Oh, Ranok. How he deals with him is beyond me. I'm sure it's because Vol is worth the hassle. I can see her struggle to subdue a smile, and she sighs again. This time, more amused than resigned. He does make it seem like it at times, doesn't he? But, like with any delusions, this one wears off quite fast. Usually by his own choice. Her expression returns to a slight scowl, and she continues looping the thread through the dress's edge. It's clear those two have some issues, especially with Vol's now clear infatuation with the female. Oh man. She leaves no doubt that the feeling is unreciprocated. I wonder if that's just the way it is. Or perhaps something he has done. He seems very much keen on you. Keen on me? She blinks, giving me a confused look. Oh, no. I'd say he's keen on the idea of me. What's the difference? The lack of trying to understand who I actually am for a start. Ever since he proclaimed his interest in me, it was solely on the fact that I strike his fancy. Small, slender, curvy, white like the moon. Oh man, she's mentioning all of her traits. Ah, that's all he sees me as. But we see you differently, Verissa. We see you as an awesome, smart, and wise, charismatic woman. Anyway, she scoffs and her voice betrays a hint of hurt. Seriously, what idiot would dump a fortune into a damn silk dress? Especially on the assumption that as a female, I should wet myself in excitement at the sight of it. She ruffles the garment in my direction. This here? This is an insult, not a gift. I'm not a den wife. I will never be a polite little mother raising other wolves' pups. If he had spent at least some of his day to actually get to know me, rather than objectify me. She almost stifles a growl, her paws tensing around the fabric. She's taking this very personally. Every wolf is the same. I don't know what I expected. Look at you. Verissa scoffs, waving her paw at me. Wait, why is she bringing me into this? Kaelin, indeed. That's all they see. A tight fit. She cuts off, looking at me in surprise that she actually went that far. I just sit there, as if petrified by Medusa's gaze. Verissa simply throws her head to the side and coughs nervously. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply anything. All I'm saying is that we're more than just our looks. I hastily nod, wishing I could just explode into a cloud of dust and disappear. The female returns to her task and simply continues sewing, more determination in her movements betraying she wants to be done with this as fast as possible. I share her sentiment. This little rant went sideways quick and put me on a rather uncomfortable spot. I don't hold a grudge. She's clearly upset by the way Vol treats her. I also think there's a hint of regret, as if she expected more of the male. Perhaps his feelings towards her aren't as unreciprocated as I initially thought. But what's more important, I think she's suspecting something between me and Ranok. First, the conversation at the moon shrine. Now this. I appreciate her discretion and apparent supportiveness, but I have to disagree. Perhaps Vol does objectify her a lot, and Ranok's choice for my nickname seems a tad unfortunate in the context. But the Grey Wolf is different. If anything, me being a human seems to trouble Ranok as much as I'm troubled by him being a wolf. Yes, there is a surface level attraction, but from our heart to heart, I think it's clear we're both drawn to our personalities. I feel sorry for what she goes through, especially since Vol seems very much capable of more. We just sit there in silence while she finishes her handiwork. Once she's done, she bites off the thread to separate it from the needle. Right. I'm not a professional, but this should hold as long as you're not rough with it. She passes me back the garment and I put it on. It falls freely to my knees, and I must admit I enjoy the new tunic. Since Ranok isn't here, you are not required at the feast. She states matter-of-factly, and I take it as a, you're not wanted there. Okay. Vol should bring you some food in the evening. Her very sudden shift of demeanor betrays she's uncomfortable, most likely feeling that she's said too much. Despite wanting company, I decide not to hold her back. This was quite too personal, even for my liking. Stay safe, Versa utters, collecting her things and rushing towards the doors. She pulls on the handle and cracks them open. The female stops for a moment, looking back at me almost as if she just wanted to say something. But instead, she just sighs and shakes her head. Bye. I mutter, watching as the door closes and I'm alone again. Is this it? Oh. There's more! I spend my time between figuring out how to start the fire and deciphering more of that fantastical look. It's like we're getting closer and closer. We'll get there eventually. We'll hit the end. To my own surprise, I managed to get the hearth going after just an hour of tinkering with Ranok's antiques. I nibble on what's left from the breakfast and wash it down with some beer while I continue my read. Sounds like what I'm probably going to be doing at my parents' house because I'm going to bet that nobody has finished off the Budweiser at my parents' house. And so I'm going to be the one that has to finish it off. Well, I probably won't be able to finish it off because I'm assuming there'll probably be like a dozen or so still left. But I'll be attempting to. Anyway, I nibble on what's left from the breakfast and wash it down with some beer while I continue my read. Apparently, the lions are one of the main reasons why my kin are such a rare sight. Screw you, lions! They arrived in Avalon bent on conquest and establishing their own kingdom, subjugating all the folk living there. Their first target were the humans of Freyfall, whom lions viewed as inferior and unfit to live in their new domain. They laid waste to the land, butchering entire towns and villages, finally standing at the very gates of the human capital in these lands. Freyrun was the largest city on the continent, grand and wondrous, a last vestige of the humanity of old. The lions had no means of breaching the city with its massive stone walls, so at first they resorted to starving it out. But the humans of Freyfall stood firm, resupplying their city through the river. Impatient, the lions decided to terrorize the populace into submission. Each night, they would catapult half-eaten human cadavers into the city, aimed at breaking the spirit of the defenders. Absolutely disgusting. Holy crap. But the humans stood firm. Days, then week. In the end, it wasn't their spirit that failed, but their bodies. Sickness and disease overwhelmed the city, and nearly a year of siege later, Freyrun capitulated. To show others the price of such brave defiance, the lions put the city to the sword and torch. What follows is a detailed account of rape and plunder, with some paragraphs going as far as calling the Lionkins eaters. Something which seems to be one of the most monstrous sigmas an otherkin can bear. I must admit, I'm relieved to learn that cannibalism between the kins is frowned upon, but equally unsettled that lions resorted to devouring those they considered lesser. And it would seem humans weren't the only ones on the menu, but the sylvan folk as well. No wonder otherkin rebelled. The rebellion itself is a muddled jumble of dates and events, which spanning a century are easy to confuse. Despite being lost half the time, I finally realized why tigers are brought up so much in my context. After the success of the Tiger Rebellion, Freyfall became a province of the Tiger Realm, and although now mainly populated by tiger folk, humans are still a sizable minority there. It also seems they're very much respected and, according to the book, partake in the governance of Tigeron. Kind of reminds me of how it's like, some places out here in California, well, minorities are more of the population, or they are a more significant amount of the population. That kind of applies to where I'm living right now in my studio, but not so much in my suburb back home, unfortunately. But anyway, I guess a human Tigeri noble isn't such a crazy idea after all. As for lions, tigers have banished them, forcing entire prides to exile, to leave the continent and never to return. A fitting end for those murdering monsters. Now I'm feeling very awkward because I have a lion character who's one of my main characters, or well, in the main cast for my Vienna. I'm just like, he's not that mean. In fact, he's actually quite a shy character. But yeah, no hard feelings for lions in other universes, right? At least half of the stuff I read is true. Or if at least half the stuff I read is true, then I definitely do not want to meet a lion. I closed the book, trying to digest this information. It all seems so surreal and very much out of place. I don't feel part of this world. In fact, I feel far beyond it. Some of the information is familiar, but my head is also filled with jumble that doesn't fit the context. I'm more and more convinced that I have somehow stepped through the looking glass. Oh no, don't end! Why does it keep looking like it's gonna end? I stay like that for a while, just enjoying the fire and musing. With my mind sated with a lot of new knowledge, both general and personal, I have an easy time keeping my thoughts in check. Hopping between Ranok's struggles and Varissa's heartaches, I get to avoid the darkness stalking the recesses of my mind. In fact, focusing on their hardships seems almost as effective at grounding me in reality as Ranok himself is. I feel sorry for the male. I have been giving him a lot of unnecessary flack without even considering how hard his day-to-day life really is. I'm also a bit disappointed with Vol. I hope to get some time to check the ground around him. Despite Verusa's words, she does seem to feel something towards the male, and it would be a shame if he ruined his chances by acting like a toxic male. He's not trying to be an alpha male, he's trying to be a sigma male. I half suspect he's only doing it because he thinks it's expected of him. Just as I'm slowly dozing off, I hear a knocking that stirs me up again. Speak of the devil.
Piglet.
I rush to the doors and open them hastily. The wolf walks in holding a sizable pastry in his hands.
I'm too healthy to eat this crap. Here you go. Nice. You even managed to not burn the place down. Steak and kidney pie.
Delicious. He places it on the table to me uncomfortably. And looks at me uncomfortably.
I'm sorry I took this long. They wouldn't let me leave the feast. In fact, I have to head back there, so I can't stay.
Oh. It's okay. I'm slightly disappointed, but I muster a brave smile.
Don't give me that, kid. If you're of age, you can deal with one day on your own.
I didn't say anything.
But you were about to thank it.
I chuckle at his accusation.
Either way, you better get some sleep. I'll be coming to fetch you just before the dawn.
Huh? Why?
You're coming with me to the butchery.
Oh no, chapter 6, we're gonna be butchering things. Oh no. To do some forced labor. I grumble, but he's having none of my snark. Volgar will be taking none of that crap.
To have some company, as Ranok prescribed it. I don't have the luxury of fucking around in someone else's house.
He scoffs at me and walks back towards the door.
Seriously, get rested. Because I don't want you bitching over my ears the whole day tomorrow.
Okay. I will. I just wave him away and allow the wolf to leave. Once he's gone, I just sit down and take a curious glance at the pie. It's still warm and slightly steamy. I fetch myself one of the forks Ranok borrowed from the villa and dig in. However, seeing how succulent and juicy it is on the inside, I feel rather uncomfortable eating it in my brand new silk dress. I look around and locate a hand towel on the cupboard. I use it as a napkin to safeguard my fancy garment and continue with my food. The pie is very hearty, with soft stewed meat and onion slices covered in delicious gravy. Oh, that sounds actually pretty good. That sounds like a low-key slaps. An excellent way to end a rather dull day, if one discounts the morning kerfuffle. The meal does the trick. It fills my belly and makes me extremely drowsy. I down one glass of water and quickly was up before I retreat to the bedroom. There, I had to finish that off. Downing it and finishing it. I take great care while undressing, folding my clothes gently onto the chest. As I slip into the linens, I dart my gaze between the warm fire and the hearth and the cold world outside. I hope Ranok's comfortable. I like to imagine he's camping out there in the woods, looking into similar flame, hopefully with similar longing. Good luck, Wolf. See you soon. I close my eyes and simply drift away into the memory of his warm embrace. Is this the end? Okay, it is. To be continued. Save. There we go. Somebody just asked a question to be continued first, and here are the credits. I have them in the description too. The itch. I don't know about the Twitter. I think I have his Patreon? Twitter or his Patreon, one of the two. I think I have the Twitter and the itch. Either way, support the stuff. Support this work. Anyway. There we go. That's the end. So at 4 hours and 45 minutes, we have grinded through it all, and we're going to talk about March Madness. So this is going to be kind of our little weekly update. I might do like a little weekly update at the end of some of my streams, or at the end of like a stream that week for my March Madness stuff, with the beautiful music in the background of Far Beyond the World. But regarding the Kimia announcement, somebody talked about that. Yes, I heard, and it's unfortunate, but it means at least there could be a new potential VN that, you know, is in there. Could be in the March Madness bracket next year. Yeah, because there's Arches, which is continuing the Echo kind of town setting. Then there's, of course, the Smoke Room that's continuing on. Yeah, I know it's a bummer, but I mean, I think there's another thing that's going on with Adastra related that Hallie was going to start on, but yeah. Anyway, whoever wants to stick around, come stick around with me as I talk about March Madness. Let me bring up the internet page, and we'll do the ladies first, so I may have to update this because one more person voted, and that screws everything up. No, I kid. The more votes, the better. And it helps with tiebreakers if more people vote, because less likely to vote for the same thing. Oh god, where's the internet window? Lord help, where's my internet? There we go. Alright, so this is... I might be dragging this down a little too far. Oh goodness. A tad more. There we go. Okay, so these are the 28 candidates, and I just need to reseed anybody that's in a tiebreaker, which, wow, no tiebreakers. Thank goodness, because that would have been annoying to do. I might do the male tiebreakers on here, too. Maybe not, I might do that after the stream while I eat dinner. So yeah, these are the current best girl category rankings, and as we see here, Verissa is in second, behind by 17 votes behind the next place, or points, I should call them. 17 points. Why I call them votes, points, votes, whatever they call. I might have a different name for it next year. Votes, points are the same thing. But yes, each person gets a scale of 0 to 7 that you can give them. 7 being the most, 0 being the least. And so yeah, Virginia from Adastra / Kimia is in first. Verissa's in second, Saya from Tennis is third, Jenna is fourth, and those will be the candidates that will have a bye for the first round if the standings currently hold. And you can reference the rankings, that's also in the description if you want to look at that site. And now we can move on to seeing who the top 21. Sorry, June, you just missed the top 20. You're our honorable mention, but this is our top... Oh, I might have to redo the standings, because... Yeah, more people voted. We have 94 votes already. Once again, link in the description, guys. If you haven't voted yet for March Madness, it's due on March 3rd, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll be closing the categories for both of them and then finalizing the standings. So for the boys, for the best boy category, I am just deleting all those because everybody seemed to get more votes. But only the top 64 will make it. at least that's what we are concluding. We might do 68, depending if we want to do like a March Madness theme where it's like the first 4, like how they have like a wild card match in the beginning, but it might be extra time. It might be a bit weird and odd to have, and you know, me and my committee, which we'll hopefully eventually get together, we'll make a final decision on that. But as for now, we're just gonna keep it at 64. We made a poll in there, or a question in there, to be like, oh, do you want that to be a thing ever? Just to see what public consensus is on it, which will help us give us a decision. But yes, here is our top 20, and in relevance to the other standings, our Champions Bracket members, Amicus, is still in first in relevance to everybody by at least 4, blah blah blah. That's like 27 votes. But yeah, here is our top 20 for anybody who is curious. And there's a tie here, there's a tie in the top 20, which I may have to break. So I may have to turn the filter off. If I do this, you'll only be able to see the top 17. Unless I do the magic of scrolling down. Let me update the best girl category. I forgot to update the time. Today is the 19th. I can't tell time. And it's almost 9 p.m., so. Okay, those are the best girls. Anyway, our update to the rankings is 219. We'll say 2100, just round it up. Alright, we'll be doing the tiebreakers live. Why the heck not? Yeah, it's a tough one, but I have to say Adastra, final state. Holly did a great job, and Amicus is so much a voice. I agree with Adastra being really great in that aspect. Like, you know, it's fun to play the character. But anyway, I'm going to help unfilter. I'm going to help tie break things, so I have to open up the columns. Break out this hell. Okay, looks like our first tiebreaker, we will have a swap. Because our tiebreaker system, which I managed to write a rule book for all this, basically the number of 7s you receive will help determine a tiebreaker, and if you're still tied, number of 6s, number of 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, 1s. Just to see like, oh, how many more higher ranking votes did you get? Whoever has more of those gets a higher placing. So it appears that Dean from Password switches with Yuichi from Tennis Ace. But let's go back to the top 20, just to name them. Our honorable list of top 20, which I can't seem to get, just 21, never mind. June, you're our honorable mention again, 21st. But yes, our top 5 is Neferu, Ranok, Volgor, Shuichi, and Linhu. Followed by Macon, William, Nicolau, and Nikolai. You can see their visual novels next to them. Like, I'm assuming most of you know what they're from. So like Nikolai from the Smoke Room, Nicolau, Cloud Leper from Nekajishi, William from the Smoke Room. And then to round out the top 10, Nikolai from the Smoke Room and Tyson from Password. I am impressed with how far Tyson has gotten. Like last year he was way lower in our rankings and our seeding. And yeah, I'm shocked with how far Tyson has improved in like overall reception. But just out of the top 10 is Scipio in 11th. Then Jace, the MC from Socially Awkward, Dave, the MC from Password, Tom from Socially Awkward, Lars from Afterclass. And to round out the top 20, Spencer from EA, Dean from Password, Yuichi, the MC from Tennis Ace, Murdoch, Smoke Room, and Senpai Shuchi from Nekajishi. There we go, June's right out there, so. Looks like there's a tiebreaker needed between... Oh no, June's gonna be 22nd now because he has fewer 6s. They have the same amount of 7s. But Kuya from Morinatsu has one more 6. Oof, that's just interesting. And at this point, if anything updates, I might not update the tiebreaker immediately, because, you know, I'm assuming somebody's gonna come in here and switch up the votes somehow. Or, well, add their votes and change the numbers. But for now, this is what I'm doing. And after this video, I'm probably gonna have dinner, head home, drive home to my parents' place, and then probably maybe do 1 or 2 more streams there for the weekend, but still spend time with them. Just because I promised them to come back and just, you know, And it's been a while since I've seen them. Okay, that tiebreaker stands. Okay. Oh, another tiebreaker's right next to it, so I have to decipher it. 288. Luckily, I don't have to switch any of the tiebreakers that are adjacent here, so... So as you go down the list, you can kind of see these interesting kind of scenarios that we got going on here. We got kind of an interesting tie scenario for like 32nd through 35th, and it's like weird because it's like whoever's here, this tiebreaker doesn't technically matter because technically the first round is 32nd versus 33rd, so it's just who is the higher seed. But anyway, we continue on. What about Hyper? Well, we are scrolling down. Let's see if he has made it. I don't think the Wolfstar candidates are really getting that good of rankings, unfortunately. I gave them high marks in my own thing, but overall, they're not really getting the same reception that I expected, unfortunately. But I'm kind of surprised, personally, with how some of the more Natsu characters are still you know, getting as high as they are, which I can totally understand and respect, but, you know, I was surprised with how long it's kind of been on, like, hiatus, or, well, not really that consistently outputting at the moment. But, mistyped. There's so many tiebreakers once we get down to, like, the 50s. That's the craziest part. Like, once we get down to, like, 50s and stuff, I did not expect this system to give me so many dang ties, which I think the tiebreaker system is fine. It's just that it's annoying to do it all manually. And another tie is right below it, but this one I will have to do a switcheroo. Doesn't seem that Hyper is appearing in the top 64, unfortunately, to whoever asked that. Which, you know, that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles with some of these. And even if your candidate doesn't make it this year, feel free to suggest them for next year. And whichever candidates that don't make the bracket but still get the most suggestions next year will then be, you know, put in the selection process. Like, I'm trying to limit the selection process next year so it's not 200 candidates like this year. Maybe 130 tops. So, oh goodness, I'm gonna have to do a little more sorting. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Fun, fun, fun. Man, a lot of tiebreakers around here, and luckily the tiebreaker, last time the tiebreaker was cutting off people from being 64th, so people that didn't make the bracket were tied with a 64th contender. Now it's a 2-vote difference. So, like, that's what I'm saying. This thing has been going back and forth for, like, the past few days, and it's been really intense, and I've just been watching it over from time to time, being really curious about it. And it appears that my main character from my VN, Evan, is out of it, which I kind of expected. I was shocked for how long he was in the top 64, but apparently people liked him, which is good. But yeah, luckily Vic is still there, even though he's more on the edge. It seems like the people rank Marcus from Ocean Avenue the highest, which I guess, like, yeah, I can understand that, but a lot of people really like Vic, and I was surprised. Like, I thought they would have been closer to each other in ranks. But yeah, Hamish from Temptations Ballad is now just missing out on the poll, and Victor from Tennis Ace just missing out. Evan from Ocean Avenue, the three-way tie with Haken and Zenith. And yeah, I think Wolfstar was... somebody was talking about Wolfstar. Hyper and Wolfstar are both down in like the 130s, and I think that's the highest any of the Wolfstar candidates have ranked. At this point, at least. Like, I think Hyper was up a little bit higher before, but yeah. I don't know what Boruto is, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever. So I'm gonna hide this. We are going to hide the columns, and this is our new update. As I scroll down and re-turn on the filter for everything, which I kind of have to manually do because the tiebreaker is making it annoying. I can't like subset or do like, oh, only these and then turn it back onto this unless I highlight everything. It's annoying, but whatever. But yeah. We have quite a tough competition for this top 64, and yeah, it's really interesting to see like characters such as Cassius making it into like 45th, and then like happy for Todd. Todd was on the rise. Vic, I mean, happy for him. Sal now barely is in it. Like, he was really hovering on this edge here for the past week, and so glad to see that he made it. At least at this point. Things will still be going. People can still submit their votes, but yeah. Yeah, Shuichi's route has been updated. I need to download that. I downloaded the smoke room update, so I have that. Not sure what password or whatever anybody else is doing, but yeah. I'm gonna be playing at least the smoke room this weekend and maybe the new novel, Minotaur Hotel, if that's confirmed. But yeah. Yeah, some good stuff. Anyway, that's all I have for tonight, so I'm gonna turn off this window here. Completely unhinged window. Yeah, I'll be sure to download the Tennis Ace. I'm just typing into Google right now, so I remember to do it, like, after this video. But yeah, we have hit the 5-hour mark, and we are pretty much done, so guys, I'm really happy for everybody that came and just, you know, supported me. It was a really great turnout, and yeah, it's fun to play. So yeah, I'm done. I need to get packing to leave soon, so probably should have done that before this video, but I was busy making dinner. Anyway, that's all I got for tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, take care, guys.